So in respect of Media Development Limited, the amount they are owing is $313,040 US. And the second one is Eco Atlantic, $47,200 US, making up the $360,240 US. Then in respect of the entity that claims force majeure.
So please, how much have they paid? How much has Media Development paid, and how much has Eco Atlantic also paid, respectively?
Both entities have not paid anything on the debt, and we have already engaged them and commenced activities to recover since the commenced resumption. In respect of the...
If you say you have commenced activities to recover, what exactly have you done?
Okay. Honorable Chair, we have written to them to remind them of the outstanding debt that they owe prior to their becoming partially inactive, and continue to also have notified Petroleum Commission also that in terms of any regulatory licenses that they may have to give to them, to take account of this debt and use it as a point of push for them to pay this outstanding debt. Honorable Chair, in respect of the entity that claimed force majeure, the entity name is OPCO. Has it got a full name? OPCO. So that's one entity. The amount is $537,795. Then in respect of the three entities that are not currently operating, their names are Britannia U Limited, $760,209 US. The second one is UB Resources Limited, Nigeria, $105,416 US. And then the last one, Honorable Chair, is Swiss African Oil Company Limited, and the amount standing in its name is $862,500 United States dollars. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
With the entities that are not in the country, what are you doing to ensure that these monies are collected at the right time?
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Once again, we have notified Petroleum Commission that anytime they come around, since they are the first point of contact, we will use their channels to remind them and also to collect the funds. The second one is that we have multilateral arrangement with countries under what we call the exchange of information. And we have submitted their debts to the countries that these entities are originally registered as a means for our sister authorities to support us in recovering the amounts that are due to them. So these are the two-pronged approaches, Honorable Chair, we are using to recover these amounts.
Is there any modality in place to ensure that this does not reoccur?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So these amounts were very legacy, but subsequently we have put in place measures to make sure that they do not reoccur. One, we have strengthened our collaboration with Petroleum Commission and GNPC, since these institutions are the first point of call, and they also grant some level of licenses to ensure that entities that are not fulfilling their obligations in this matter do not get the necessary permits until they do so. Chairman, we've also strengthened the early collection of this amount. So, for instance, in respect of 2025, all the major operating entities have paid their surface rentals.
In 2023, the amount was $2.7 million. And in 2024, it suddenly jumped to 2.9. What caused the increment?
Honorable Chair, the increase is largely driven by the 4 entities, 3 of them which have ceased operations. We've still not taken them off. So their bills are included in the 2024 one. And then we also have 2 entities that also had their bills coming in, but in 2025, those 2 entities have settled those bills. So that is the reason for the increase in 24.
And Mr. Chairman, to add quickly to this, you see, the arrangement is that as long as you don't pay by the day, 5% interest accumulates. So as long as they stand and they are not resolved, by the year, the amount will increase. So that is why you see that the figure in 2024 is more than the figure in 2023. Thank you.
And if that is the case, how are you treating those 3 companies differently? BS was the same from 2023 to 2024. Why are you treating them differently?
Madam Chair, there are some decisions that will have to be taken, particularly with OPCO. If you look at it critically, government initially took a decision that we will not accept their force majeure. But subsequently, government backtracked and then wrote to them to accept the
Minister, I was referring to those 3 folded up companies, the UB Resources, the Britannia U, and then the Swiss African Oil Company.
Okay, those ones let Commissioner General respond.
Because if we want to go by the analogy you just gave, then their interest should also be compounding, because whether they are here or not, they have incurred the debts and should attract some interest.
So, Honorable Chair, indeed that is the fact. So their interest is compounded, but it's separated from the principal and on a different page 14 of the audit report. But we've also compounded their interest to December 24.
The Auditor General recommended that Petroleum Commission and GRA should impose penalties on defaulting companies in accordance with Section 3 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. Has that been done?
Honorable Chair, yes, that has been done.
So, Auditor General, can you confirm payments?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we can confirm the recovery of 315,600.
Talking about charging and payment of penalty for non-compliance with the Act, if you look at paragraph 49, it says, in contravention of this provision, we noted that companies which defaulted in the payment of surface rentals were not charged interest for late payment. And there's a list on page 14, paragraph 50 that you are talking about. There's a list of companies over here that haven't been charged interest. Why?
Honorable Chair, the list that we have on pages 14 and 15, we have imposed the penalties as we report to you today. We have written to the entities and we have imposed the penalties.
But the Auditor General says, had this list over here that details of they are expected to to be paid by the entities who did not make payment into the Petroleum Holding Fund on or before the due date of 2024. And they list them as companies that haven't paid penalties or interest.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So this position was the estimate of the auditors at the time of the audit. But subsequent to that, we have gone ahead in implementation of this recommendation and have imposed the penalties on the entities. However, some of these entities, as we have already explained, because they are inactive, and also the other one relating on the matter of force majeure, although we have imposed the penalties, the recovery has not been completed.
Auditors, could you confirm that, please?
Honorable Chair, yes, that information has been given to us, but we can confirm that in our subsequent audit.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Commissioner, from the discussion we are having, if you look at the imposition of penalties, that ought to have served as a deterrent. In your candid view, don't you think it is part of the reason why we are having these huge figures as an attraction of revenue for government when supposedly they delay in payment? We tend to earn a 5% on that. And that is making collectors a bit not hesitant going after them to collect. I say this because that is why you can have a company who will leave this country and will now be pursuing that company in view of adding a 5% to it. Do you think we are in any way using this penalty well as a deterrent and also be able to take these monies that these companies are owing? And I ask this for you to also give us when these companies cease operation in this country.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, we are using a number of measures in terms of recovery of the surface rental. And following the fact that there are legacy issues, we have strengthened these processes. And that's why we've reported that in terms of 2025, the situation we have today is much improved than the legacy issues we are dealing with. Having said, I also add that the penalty interest is 5% per day. So if you look at most of these surface rentals, you have a situation where an entity owes about 75,000 USD, and within 1 year, if it is not paid, the interest is almost 5 million because of the 5% per day. It's not 5% annual, it's 5% per day. So times 360 is about 1,800%. So that in itself also creates a huge liability on this. But having said that, most of the active operators, we have put measures to ensure that they are paying by the due date. And most of these interests actually relates to the entities that have had challenges with operations, and they have, in some, if I may put it that way, cease operations in that manner. In terms of the period that they cease operations, Honorable Chair, with your permission, I will ask Petroleum Commission to give an update on that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So the four companies that had their petroleum agreement terminated, it was terminated in 2021, April 2021, but long before that they had been largely inactive and non-compliant with their work obligation, and for that matter, the minister took the decision to terminate them.
Okay, now let's move to the next question. Timely performance of tax audits by GRA. And Honorable David Sopoku-Ansah will ask those questions.
Thank you very much. I want to refer you to page 16 in paragraph 55. And this has to do with some uncertainty in the actual tax liabilities. The auditors indicate that some companies initially pay taxes based on quarterly self-assessments, but later there are some adjustments that are done through annual returns. And as a result, the final tax liability due government sometimes remains unknown or unsettled until audits are completed. If you were to look at, there are some companies, for instance, Talo, in the 2020 audit report, Cosmos Energy is cited here, Petro SA Limited is cited here. The auditors are urging you to review and potentially shorten the waiting period for the tax audit, which currently spans between 3 to 4 years, and they are aiming for a maximum duration of 2 years. Are you able to tell this committee what you have done with respect to this observation?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So in respect of the audit, at the moment, for all the major operating entities, we have conducted the audit to 31st December 2024. So we have taken measures to make sure that we are increasing the efficiency of the timing of the audit. However, the petroleum industry has a number of complexities and also evolving matters insofar as taxation is concerned. And sometimes when we raise some of the issues, they are challenged by the entities. And fairly, with the taxpayer having the right to a fair challenge, we then have to go through the whole length of the process with them. In respect of the 3 entities that are mentioned, the audits have been conducted, but there are various issues that the entities have raised at various arbitration levels, and the matters are ongoing. And until the arbitration processes are closed, we are not able to also formally close the audit. But the actual operational audit has been done, and we have raised the issues, and we believe that when the arbitration matters are closed, those audits will formally be closed.
So are you suggesting that with respect to the 6 companies, you have completed the audit as at 31st December 2024? Is that the suggestion?
Honorable Chair, they are ongoing. So we've commenced all the 6 audits and they are ongoing. But specifically for the 3 entities, if you go back to the earlier years, the reason why the earlier years have not been closed is because of the matters that are pending between us, between GRA and those taxpayers at various arbitration centers.
But I just want to find out from you, is there any estimated tax exposure to government from this delayed completion of these audits?
So, because the audit have commenced, we have raised assessment on these entities. So we are aware in terms of areas that we believe these entities should pay taxes. But the entities have also challenged the basis of raising those assessments. And in line with their agreements and protocols, have taken these matters up at various arbitration centers. And we are defending our position, they are also defending their position. So until the arbitration matters are closed, we cannot conclusively say that they are liable to those assessments.
All right, thank you. I would urge that we attach some importance to this subject so that it does not disturb our arrangements as a country. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We are going to timely performance of tax audits by GRA and
63 to 68.
Okay, now the next one is response and action plan by stakeholders. And Honorable Abena Osei will take care of that one.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, this goes to you. It has to do with the Investment Advisory Committee that you were advised by the Audit Service to reconstitute. The last time, we are told the last time a meeting was held between the fund managers and the Investment Advisory Committee, as stipulated in Section 29 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, was in 2021. And I don't think it was reconstituted prior to 2025. So I just want to find out if it has been reconstituted, because it plays a very important role in advising the minister on the investment options that it ought to take with the management of the Ghana Petroleum Funds. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I can confirm that the Investment Advisory Committee was duly constituted. They have met. They have even given an advice to the Finance Minister, and in line with the Act, the Minister has come to Parliament to brief the House on the advice received from the Investment Advisory Committee. And so, based on the recommendations of the auditors, that has been done as we speak. Thank you.
Auditors, have you received confirmation, or can you confirm if that has been done and you have been duly notified?
Yes, Honorable Chair, that has been done, and we have been notified of the committee that has been constituted. Thank you.
Yeah, well done to Ministry of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
All right. You are discharged, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Now let's call our Bank of Ghana.
Did you say your Bank of Ghana?
No,
You said our Bank of Ghana.
our Bank of Ghana.
It is our bank.
But Minister, you are not going. You are staying with the governor. You are not. Okay. Okay, Governor, could you introduce yourself and the team that you came with?
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning.
I'm sorry. You haven't been sworn in yet. So the clerk will go around and then swear you in before you introduce yourself.
Very well. I, Johnson Pandit Asiama,
Swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
Touching the matter in issue.
touching the matter in issue
Shall be the truth.
shall be the truth,
The whole truth.
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God. Okay, we can sit now.
Okay, now, Governor, you introduce yourself and the people you came with.
Thank you very much. So, my name is Johnson Pandit Asiama, Governor, Bank of Ghana. I am accompanied this morning by the First Deputy Governor, Dr. Zakaria Mumuni. He's seated on my right side. He's seated on my left side.
Sir, can you let them introduce themselves? So that
Yes, they will do that, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. My name is Zachary Momoni, First Deputy Governor.
My name is Charles Elias Rindorf, Director of Audit.
My name is Na Anyele Akufiosowa, Head of TISO, Financial Markets Department.
My name is Ellen Jamra, Head of the Ghana Petroleum Funds, Bank of Ghana.
My name is Nisoa Ahulu for the Financial Market Department.
My name is Philip Abridotu, Director Research Department.
My name is Richard Hassan, Acting Head of Banking Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Governor, according to the reports on Table 7 of page 12, it says that the export receipts, because this is in respect of foreign exchange receipts and payments, it says the export receipts through the Bank of Ghana for cocoa and minerals was $6.1 billion. The quantum that was surrendered to Bank of Ghana was $6.1 billion. That's on page 12 of the report.
Okay. Okay. Table 7.
Yes, please. Yes, it says that the export receipts through Bank of Ghana for gold and minerals was $6.1 billion. The quantum that was surrendered to Bank of Ghana.
All right.
Can you give us an idea the quantum that has so far been surrendered to Bank of Ghana for 2025, if you have?
Madam Chair, these numbers are now being audited. May I request that we come back after that exercise is complete? Yes.
But just an idea, has it improved or it has dipped? At least you have an idea of...
Madam Chair, let's come back and we'll give a good account of this.
Okay. And it's the same for the cocoa proceeds that was surrendered. You come back with it?
We will do so.
Okay. And you come to page 15. Can you give us an idea of how proceeds from oil fared in 2025? Not the quantum, but an idea of how proceeds from oil fared in 2025 compared to what we have here for 2024.
Now, can you take it? You can take it. Right. Madam Chair, we can give some broad account, but without any data at this stage. And may I ask one of my staff who works on this directly to come in and provide that clarity. Mention your name first.
Hello, my name is Ellen Jamra. So for 2025, when we look at petroleum revenue receipts, it was $770.27 million. Thank you.
Is that for 2024 or 2025?
But these are not audited.
Can you repeat the amount again?
Yes,
the
Madam
quantum.
Chair. So it's 770.27 million, not audited, for 2025.
Right.
Okay, so there was an increase, because when I compared to 2024 was 495 million. So if you are given a little over 700 million, then we have seen some. And what accounts for the increase in proceeds of oil for 2025?
So, Madam Chair, I think that the value that you mentioned is just the APFA component. But then the 770.27 includes everything, not just APFA. It's all the revenues that were received. So to give you the APFA component for 2025, that's 433.29 million.
So, respectfully, Governor, what accounted for the dip in the APFA components of the oil?
Well, generally, it should have to do with prices and volumes. But if we have to provide further detail, we are happy to come back to the committee.
So, according to the reports, your foreign exchange receipts from for 2024 was 11.9 billion US dollars.
That's correct.
That's correct. And so, in your fair estimation for 2025, fair estimation, give us an idea whether we're going to see a dip or some level of increase in. At least you have management accounts. You don't have audited accounts, but you have management accounts. The year has come to an end. You should give us an idea of how you have fared based on the receipts.
Generally, the external sector position has improved. It improved during 2025. But again, we can give you the precise numbers because I'm under oath when that exercise, the audit exercise, is completed.
Clearly so, I know you under oath, but you have to give, I was asking for some estimation because as you sit here, I know you have some idea of whether we've received more in terms of receipts from the gold, minerals, and oil, and all the other things that come in as receipts. And so that's why I
That is so. Our commodity prices have fared well throughout 2025. And if you look at our Monetary Policy Committee press releases, we provided consistent detail. That underscores the reserve buildup that we have quoted in the MPC press releases.
Governor, again, we see that the auditors report payments for services and work projections. That's on page 21.
Okay.
I want to give you the opportunity to tell the people of Ghana where your mandate lies. Whether Bank of Ghana is supposed to check whether the project has been completed before payment is done, or Bank of Ghana collects details and issues payment as instructed by the Controller and Accountant General?
Madam Chair, as you are aware, the central bank is the banker for government and then also government agencies. We depend on controller. They are in charge of operating those accounts. And in all cases, we adhere to the instructions that are on those accounts. But I have my head of banking department seated right here. If there are specific details, maybe we can look at that, Madam Chair.
Not necessarily specific details, but I just wanted you to put on record your mandate when it comes to payment of projects. Like you said.
Yes, so
yes,
rightly so.
Yes,
It
I want you to be clear on that.
Yes,
for
it,
all of
it
us.
is just like you have your own account with any bank. At the end of the day, you operate the account. The mandate is clear on that. And so controller, in my view, has plays that role. Ours is to ensure that the underlying vouchers are what they are, and instructions, follow what controller has authorized. We have our risk management department that also screens these payments. But the authority, the payment instructions, all that is effected through the controller.
Governor, so if I may, in simple terms, when you are instructed to make payment, are you responsible for the physical verification of the project completion or not?
Well, we are not. We go strictly by the documentation, as I have explained.
I guess we are beating around the bush. Specifically, Poalogo. Money was paid. And nothing had been done. And we want to find out who is to take responsibility for it. Was it? I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker has, Deputy Speaker has come to join us. Governor, to continue, Poalogo as an example, monies were paid, nothing was done over there, and there was confusion about who was supposed to have gone to check whether whether work was done or not. In that case, where do we put the responsibility?
Madam Chair, I believe that borders on issues about value for money. That doesn't sit with us. As I explained, we go by the documentation. We are a banker, for government. And so controller, Ministry of Finance, those agencies will be able to explain who does the value for money checks. What we do is to go by the underlying documentation, that dictates how the account is operated.
With all due respect, cost of value for money doesn't come in at all. Monies were paid to a contractor, but no work was done. So, controller must have sent the documentation to Bank of Ghana for you to pay. So, in that case, it's controller that we have to go to. Is that the case? Because nothing was done over there.
Controller and any other agency will be able to speak to that, not us.
Governor, That is why from the beginning I gave you the opportunity to establish what Bank of Ghana does, and then it ends there, so that the people of Ghana know that it is the mandate of Bank of Ghana to pay based on instructions received. It is that of the ministry sending the instructions to controller to also make sure that the projects for which they are paying for, the monies that are being dished out to the contractor, is commensurate with the work that the contractor has done. So I just wanted us to clarify this once and for all, because last year it was something else on Public Accounts Committee. I was sitting exactly where you were.
Well, Madam Chair, if this was a loan from Bank of Ghana, certainly we will take over that oversight role. This was a Government of Ghana project. We cannot speak on that.
Now,
and then still on the report, yes, still on the report, page 25. Governor, what goes into your management and technical service fees?
So, with your permission, Madam Chair, my staff now will answer that before I come in.
Okay, so thank you very much, Madam Chair. So management and technical, it includes salaries of consultants, service of a technical nature. So for example, payments for some of our software, including Reuters, Bloomberg, etc.
And that's I thought it went beyond that, because
okay,
I see
so
$49 million US dollars
there are
for
also,
management and
payments,
technical services.
Sorry, there are also payments in respect of the technical assistance, presidential Air Force plane, and then other engagements that we have, official speeches, lectures, etc.
Under management and technical services?
Yes, please.
We would want an official breakdown sent to the committee. Yeah,
yes,
because the auditors pointed out that there's been an increase of 18.3%. I'm wondering what is it that is put under the management and technical services that should warrant an increment of close to $8 million within a year, from the $41.5 million in 2023.
Very well. We'll come back to the committee.
And then, Governor, this has to do with the banks. We've had many issues with unearned salaries that are paid to respect people who haven't earned it, but are paid in error. And then they are supposed to send it back to Controller and Accountant General. Sometimes there's a bit of a delay, and sometimes they don't even want to release these monies. We've had a couple of, is it the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education? You know, they have quite a number of staff, and so sometimes when some of their members move away or leave, for some reason they continue to pay them, validate and then pay them. And so the bank holds, the banks, these commercial banks, holds quite a number of accounts that we want them to pay back to Controller and Accountant General. And sometimes it's a bit of a challenge. And since you are the regulator, we want to ask of you to support Public Accounts Committee to make sure that monies that are paid in error to staff that have left government offices or government employment should be repatriated back to the Controller Accountant General without problems, challenges, or issues when proof is given to the bank. So this is just by way of asking you to. And then finally, on the table, there's a table 26. With various commercial bank dealers and their schedule of earnings.
Good and long one.
For some of the banks, their receipts are very low, but when you look at the quantum of transfer that they do in a year, I don't know how they are able to raise those huge amounts of money to transfer. I just want you to help me here. How you supervise them, one, on the receipts that come in, and how they are able to transfer this huge quantum of money compared to the receipts that come in. Is it that Bank of Ghana feeds them with those huge differences in terms of forex, and so they are able to pay, or how is it done?
So we have the interbank foreign exchange market, and therefore, if a bank has a demand from a client for some transfers to be made, and remember, those transfers are not just done, it has to be supported by relevant documentation. So the bank can do that. We regulate them, yes. When we go on site, we cross-check those documents. They send us returns as well. But I believe your question goes to the heart of something we observed when we came in. When we came in last year, we decided to meet the banks, and we met all the CEOs. And we made it clear to them that we wanted them to be more actively involved in promoting exports from Ghana, especially banks coming from some of our neighboring countries. Madam Chair, I can report that each of the banks submitted something to me showing what they are doing currently and what they can do to promote Ghana's exports, and we are monitoring that. So going forward, we'll ensure that the banks are not just doing banking, but they are serving as part of our eyes out there. If, for example, a bank is from South Africa, certainly they will understand the South African market better than anyone else, and therefore should be able to help a Ghanaian firm that wants to go into the South African market. And that is exactly what we are nudging them to do. And so far, so good. We are happy with the submissions they've sent to us. We'll continue to work with the banks. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Governor, I want to take you to page 12 of the report. If you were to look at page 12, you realize that payments for services and works in the 2024 amounted to some 1,771.96 million. And this represents an increase of about 48.59%. Clearly, what this tells us is that service and works is now the second largest forex outflow category after the energy and the non-energy forex sales. Our concern is that a 48.6% increase in 1 year is materially significant. And unlike debt service or on imports, services and work is largely discretionary. So are you able to tell this committee why that sharp increment of about 48%, and if indeed you reported this to Parliament? Thank you.
Honorable Member Can you kindly just go over it again? We are trying to locate.
Yes, so go to page 12. So on page 12, yes, I'm on payments of foreign exchange for the year ended. And on the transaction type, I'm looking at payments for services and works. Table 8. Yes. And my concerns are that services and works payments rose by some 48.6% in 1 year. And I want to find out from you what policy decision justified this increase.
Again, we are happy to come back to the committee with the details. The details will explain that much better. Madam Chair. We can come back with the components of that line, and that can explain it better.
Well, but these are reports that are captured by the Auditor General, and I'm sure, yes, you provided the details for this, and so coming back.
Okay, Madam Chair, fortunately we already have the breakdowns under table 20. So with your permission, I want to again ask the desk officer to provide some clarity on that. Table 20 provides those sub-details, so we can even take it now. Now you can come in now.
Okay, so Madam Chair, so as table 20 shows, payments for services and works comprises a number of other payments, including manpower training, embassy payments, progress payments to contractors, etc. So in terms of those details, and then of course sundries, that captures all the others, including medical payments and other smaller payments. Madam Chair, I think when you look at the table, you can also see that the bulk of the increase is coming from the non-surrendered payment line. And these are payments that are made from FX accounts of government. So any payments that they have FX for which they want to make the payment from those accounts is where those go from.
See, while I appreciate that table 20 gives a certain breakdown of the services and works for the year 2024, I find them weakly defined. And it looks like it's an avenue where BOG is using to conceal a lot of inefficiencies or quasi-fiscal activities. The explanation is not there. Probably maybe the auditors may want to come in, but for instance, manpower training and development, 40 million. What goes into it? Oh, yes, $40 million. I don't know if you have an explanation, but it's a concern. And
no, Madam Chair, the manpower training and development even declined. If I'm looking at that table, based on your question, I'll be looking at the last two rows, the sundry payments and the non-surrendered payments. Madam Chair, what I'm requesting is that we provide details of those. I'm sure that will answer your question, because that is where you have the significant increase. We can bring that back to the committee as early as possible. I believe it will answer your question. But, Madam Chair, let me put it on record, we do not conceal anything, far from that.
We look forward to that. I also want to find out from BOG that if you look at the IMF's structural benchmarks, or the performance criteria as set out in the as part of the responsibility of the bank, what progress have you made since January 2025? And where do implementation risks remain? I mean, for us as a bank.
Well, as you know, the structural benchmarks, there are aspects that relate to Bank of Ghana, and then also there are other aspects that relate to GRA, and the other agencies. What I can confirm under oath is that we are up to date with the structural benchmarks that relate to us. At the end of the most recent review, there were no questions, there were no queries on that at all. So we are fine as far as the structural benchmarks are concerned. But the Ministry of Finance, GRA, Controller, they may be able to provide specific detail as to where they are. We are unable to do that for them.
For instance, there's a key concern, and that has to do with the heavy use of the gold-based instruments, the gold for oil, the gold for reserves, gold for foreign cash, which amounted to some 3.9 billion in 2024 alone. And this is captured in pages 16 and 17 of the report. These operations substitute for direct fiscal financing, and it blurs IMF ceilings in practice. Do you agree with me on this subject?
These are quasi-fiscal activities, certainly. And you need to look at when it started. It began from 2021. We have the data to provide to the committee if you want. So yes, it is a quasi-fiscal activity. At the end of the day, government has to make provision for that. But as I mentioned recently at the New Year School, this DGPP was introduced to address specific, issues. Since then, we have had to make some refinements. We have had to cancel certain aspects. And currently we are left with the G4R, which is serving its purpose. We are in talks with government.
Governor, please, the G4R, we all know gold for oil, gold for the oil, but because you are speaking to the whole of Ghana, I would want you to just not use the just the gold board, so that the acronym, so that people can really appreciate.
Yes, so the gold for oil, or the G4O, since May of last year, we had to shut that down. An external audit is underway currently, and that entire program is being audited. When the audit is complete, we are happy to share audit findings with you. Then the G4R as well. There's an external audit that the Bank of Ghana board has authorized. The gold for reserves, that is the G4R. There also, there's an external audit that's been authorized by the Bank of Ghana board, both from when it started until the end of 2024, thereabout, and then also how it operated during 2025. So these audit reports, when ready, we are happy to discuss with your committee. But I must say that these are programs that have, or more or less, were introduced to address specific national challenges. And we believe that going forward, what we have to do is to reform them, to reduce the cost further, to treat them as quasi-fiscal interventions, and that should support our reserves build-up going forward. Thank you.
Governor, so based on this question, I just want to find out what is the BOG's reserve asset position now as we speak, based on the various interventions that have come into play in the course of the year. Can you share with us? In 2024, per the report, it says the asset position was $8.6 billion. So if you can share with us that.
Very well. Again, with your permission, I want to ask now who works on this directly to provide the data.
Yes, so thank you very much again, Madam Chair. So with regards to the reserves, as at December 2025, end December 25, our reserves position stood at $13.829 billion. Thank you very much.
So, Governor, you indicated that at the New Year's school, there were some comments that were made with respect to the Good for Oil program, which indicated some losses, especially some loss-making for the Good for Oil program. Indeed, if you look at the gold inflows, we are looking at some $3.96 billion, which is reported in the report, pages 16 to 17. Are you able to tell us how much of this relates to specifically to gold for oil, and which losses have been incurred based on your earlier session?
Madam Chair, I have some data here I can provide on the net losses for the gold for oil and also net losses for the gold for reserves. In 2022, the net losses for the gold for oil was about 74.44 million Ghana cedis. We did not have a net loss for the gold for reserves in 2022. Then in 2023, the net loss for the gold for oil was 317.69 million in 2023. On the other hand, the net loss for the gold for reserves, the losses in 2023 was 1,054.84 Ghana cedis. A little over 1 billion was the net loss for the gold for reserves in 2023. Then in 2024, the net loss for the gold for oil was 1.8 billion Ghana cedis in 2024. On the other hand, the net loss for the gold for reserves in 2024 was 3.8 billion Ghana cedis. Now, for 2025, and as we have indicated, this data is under audit, and we will want to wait until the audit is over. We will publish our financials by March this year. When we publish it, the data for 2025 will be provided in those financials. So, as I've mentioned, it's not a question about losses then and now. It is that these schemes were introduced to address a specific national problem. What to do going forward is how to reform it, how to make it more efficient. A number of things have been done by us. If we have time, I could run you through them by way of reforming it. I have all the details here I can provide to your committee to read for yourselves. But going forward, our appeal is to move in a unified manner. We want everyone to get on board, to reform this better, and to sharpen its efficiency so that it supports, economic stabilization, it supports our reserves build-up going forward. At the Bank of Ghana, we have started. This week, our board is having a joint meeting with the board of the Gold Board for a start. Beyond that, we are going to be meeting with other stakeholders, and we'll be happy for experts in Parliament to join us. We believe that it can be made a win-win. A friend of mine made a comment that I want to share with the committee on this. He said, if this issue doesn't unite us as a country, then he doesn't know what other issue will unite us. The losses are not new. They were there before 2025. And so, rather than apportion blame, let's get to the table. Let's see what to do further. We did a bit last year to reduce some of the charges. What more can we do and sustain it? Other than that, going back to leave the space for the smugglers, going back to leave the space for others, And if you look at how much we've lost as a country by way of leakages over all the years, it is mind-blowing. So our appeal is that we work together, Madam Chair, going forward to reform the space. It will help us as a country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor, for our space that you have used to tell of what you're doing in that with the Gold Board or the Gold for Reserve program. But Governor, I want to find out from you. You mentioned some losses that had been incurred for the Gold for Oil program and the Gold for Reserve program as well. And then in 2024, you mentioned that you had incurred a loss of 1.8 billion for the Gold for Oil program. So based on that, the board advised you to end the Gold for Oil program. In that same vein, you're telling us that there was a 3.8 billion Ghana cedis loss for the Gold for Reserve program. Why did the board not advise you to also bring to an end the Gold for Reserve program? Because when you compare the losses, this is 3.8 billion, and that is more, I can say, almost twice that of the Gold for Oil program. In that same vein, I'm just asking, why did the board not advise that you also cancel this?
So the first probably reference is to observe that since we canceled the Gold for Oil in May last year, we haven't seen a build-up of queues at the pumps. Because one of the objectives for the Gold for Oil was to support that. And so we believe that the cancellation was worth it. There were quite too many issues under the Gold for Oil that we needed to unearth. And therefore the board authorized an external audit. We got PPA approval for the audit just about 2 months ago. And so that exercise is underway. In the case of the Gold for Reserves, as the name suggests, the objective was to help us build reserves. Now, based on the data that NA has provided so far, the evidence is clear that it is not a question of shutting it down, but it's the question of enhancing its efficiency, looking at inefficiencies that you have to take out. And that is why we went after Gold Board. I also have a table here I can give to you. You see the reductions that we have brought to bear. Madam Chair, it will interest you to know, for example, that until last year, especially the exports of the small-scale gold sector, we were just lucky nothing happened before 2025. Because there was no insurance component after those consignments land at the destination country. And we had to insist that we needed to protect Ghana, even for that 5% that had to be paid. And so currently everything is paid before the consignment is lifted. Otherwise, there has to be an insurance guarantee. So going forward, let's look at these aspects that we can fix in the interest of the country. And it calls for a unified approach. The external auditors have already been authorized, as I mentioned, by the Bank of Ghana board. The Gold for Oil is being audited. The Gold for Reserves will also be audited. When that exercise is over, we are happy to sit with you to look at where there were infractions or not and what to do with it. But the best thing now that will be in the national interest is to look again at the trading model and to, for example, decide, should the Ministry of Finance make a budgetary allocation to take care of the costs, given that this is supporting our reserves build-up? Those are the type of questions we need to agree on.
Governor, as for those questions, they've already been answered. Ministry of Finance allocated $217 million for Gold Board operations in the 2025 budget. So as for those questions, they've already been answered.
Sorry
it is just that when you look in the budget from January to September 2025,
nothing was given to them. So that allocation was already in the budget. But nothing was given to them. Then Ministry of Finance comes to tell us in the budget that for the end year projection, that's about 4.5 billion Ghana cedis, they are going to utilize it. So if you say that we should now go and find out whether Ministry of Finance should fund it or not, that was already made in the 2025 budget, which Ministry of Finance from January to September did not give a dime to Gold Board. So,
if I can explain,
yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Governor.
So you need to differentiate between two things. Yeah. There's the trading amount, and then there's also something to take care of the inherent costs.
But Governor, once Ministry of Finance, 1 minute, one Ministry of Finance gives you the allocation, it is within that framework. You will have to use it per the Public Financial Management Act, and then reports. So it is up to you. But once that allocation has been made in the budget, whether it is for this or that, provided you are using it per the Public Financial Management Act, you don't have a problem. And so that was already in there. $217 million US. Ministry of Finance from January to September did not pay a dime according to the budget that was submitted to us in November 2025. And the Ministry of Finance says, from September to year end, I am going to utilize the 4.5 billion. That means the 270 has been translated into Ghana cedis, and they are going to utilize the 4.5 billion Ghana cedis. I cannot ask you whether it's been used or not because you don't run the Ministry of Finance budget. But maybe in the mid-year, we will know or we would see, or we can come by way of questions to the Minister for Finance. So that conversation has already been had, and it was in the 2025 budget that Ministry of Finance has allocated $217 million US to them, and it was up to them to utilize the money per the Public Financial Management Act, and they wouldn't have any problem at all.
Madam Chair,
but
I'm trying to explain one thing. There are inherent costs in the trading model. That inherent cost is currently being borne by the Bank of Ghana, not just in 2025, but since the program started. The losses that were incurred on the gold for oil in 2024, it was borne by the Bank of Ghana in 2024. The losses that were incurred in 2024 under the gold for reserves was borne by the Bank of Ghana. And so what I'm saying is that because of the cost involved, it's not enough to just allocate X amount for the gold trade. You have to allocate something to say if there are costs incurred, government will absorb it to this amount. And then that way you free the financials of the Bank of Ghana. Madam Chair, and I'm saying this because the Bank of Ghana, due to what has happened since 2022, remember someone says we are an insolvent central bank. We already have our own issues. We are actually operating at very, I want to use my words carefully. So we are not in a position to shoulder those costs going forward. As we speak, we are having a conversation with the minister to see if they can reimburse us, even for those costs that were passed on to Bank of Ghana since 2024. So going forward, the key thing or the key question is, who takes charge of the costs incurred in that exercise? And if government of Ghana decides to budget for those, because it's a quasi-fiscal activity, and then if we have some further reductions in other aspects of the cost, then we can operate this model going forward. And so maybe you can join us, you can be our advocate to government to ensure that going forward the costs are well budgeted for. And I tell you, we can operate this model efficiently.
Governor, respectfully, previously there was no allocation in the budget for these exercises. But come 2025, there was an allocation for such activities. And when you translate about 4.5 billion, how much of the loss have you made so far? Then we can look at it and see whether the 4.5 can cover it or not, because per what I know, government budgeted for it with an amount of $270 million in the budget.
So yes, it was in the budget, but the actual cash, got provided in December at the end of the year. So in between, the trade had to be sustained. And hence, that was where Bank of Ghana had to stand in, just as we stood in the earlier years. But our concern is the costs that are involved, especially for 2025, which was mainly because the volumes have increased. Now, the volumes increasing, that in itself is a good thing. What it means is that we are winning against the smugglers. Formerly, all that quantum, the additional quantum, if you take it over the 2024 volumes, all that quantum was probably being smuggled. And the proceeds were not coming back into the country.
As for the quantum, if we say we're going to talk about it now, it's something else altogether, because a lot of Ghanaians believe that the sharp increase in the quantum of gold is commensurate with the increase in the activities of Galamsey. So let's not talk about the quantum. I'm only talking about the efficiency of the program and the transparency of it as well. Finally, I want to find out from you that 3.8 billion loss that you mentioned. Where can I find it in your financial statements for 2024?
Madam Chair.
Madam, respectfully, you can't do that.
On record. It's important for us to, especially when.
Governor, can you please show me where I can find the 3.8 billion loss in your financial statements?
Madam Chair, we will provide that to the committee.
No, because I have seen the 1.8 billion in your financial statements. I have seen the 1.8 billion stated in your financial statement, but I haven't seen the 3.8. So, respectfully, if you can show me exactly where the 3.8 billion Ghana cedis loss has been located.
We will provide that, Madam Chair, respectfully. We will come back to the committee.
Governor, as for your banks, this is for 2024. I'm talking about 2024. It's on the website, but I can't find the loss of 3.8 billion Ghana cedis.
If it is, this is 2024. So you wouldn't find it.
You said was in. I have seen the 1.8 stated in your financial statement.
Right.
For the gold for oil program.
But that might be for the 2023.
No, it's for 2024. Your 2024 financial statement is on your website.
Yes.
So I went there and then I checked. I saw the 1.8 billion loss in the. I saw the 1.8 billion loss in the financial statement, but I'm yet to see the 3.8 billion that you mentioned here in the financial statement.
Yes. So, Madam Chair, can we come back? Madam Chair, I've promised we will come back to provide that clarity. Yes.
Mr. Chair, yes, I want to, this is a issue of records, so I want to clarify some issue and put the record straight. I mean, in reserve at the Bank of Ghana in terms of gold by good initiative by the government doesn't commensurate with the increase in Galamsey activity. Gold's volumes, the trade, doesn't commensurate with the increasing in terms of Galamsey activity, because the government is fighting Galamsey and Galamsey is going down. It is the good initiative to block the loopholes that is leading to the volume that we are talking about. So let's say the record straight.
I think that it's important that we all acknowledge the fact that nobody has made any assertion to the fact that the volumes are as a result of Galamsey. The governor was moving into that realm. Please listen. Please. He was moving there. Then Madam said that let us not get there. Let's not get there. And so please, nobody has made such assertion. And I think it's important that we put on record. But
Governor, you were moving there, and I said respectfully, let's not go there, because people will make, that was what I said, citizens, it is believed, citizens will make that assertion. But I am interested in the efficiency of the program you are running. That was exactly what I said. Ranking, please, I haven't finished. That was exactly what I said. And so I'm going to go on with...
Madam Chair, we have a policy on responsible mining practices. And so we are assuming that these transactions are in line with our policy on responsible mining practices. And that is why I mentioned the scaling up in the volumes. If there's evidence otherwise, I'm sorry, the relevant agencies will be able to provide. Thank you.
I'm happy with that response, Governor. Let me move on. Governor, as part of your monetary policy transmissions and credit conditions, inflation currently is around 5.4%. But Governor, what is your target inflation rate? Is it 6 or 8 plus or minus 2, please?
Well, we have a medium-term target, which hasn't changed, of 8 plus or minus 2%. That remains our medium-term target as of now. We haven't changed it at all.
So clearly, you can see that you have done a lot in that space. And inflation now is below your target, plus or minus 2, the 8 plus or minus 2. But then, businesses are seeing a high rise in borrowing costs because rates concerning that hasn't really come down. I know sometimes when there's disinflation, it comes with high borrowing costs. But then what can you do in that area in terms of your monetary policy transmission, making sure that we see some drop in credit conditions to ease businesses and households when it comes to loans?
Madam Chair, on the contrary, the data suggests otherwise. Credit conditions are easing. As at our last MPC meeting, end of November, it was reported that average lending rates had declined to 22.2% compared to 30.5% a year earlier. So on the contrary, things are actually getting better. Lending rates are on the decline. The GRR, the Ghana reference rate, has come down sharply. And it's now around 15% or thereabout. So, Madam Chair, we are on the bend. The lending activity by the banks is following the general stabilization, the general decline in other interest rates. We hope to see more of this as we go on. Now, talking about that, there are channels through which these monetary policy impulses get transmitted. For example, the exchange rate is one channel. It's quite a strong one in Ghana. The pass-through is quite rapid. Then you have the lending channel, you have the interest rate channel, and also the expectations channel. We believe that all these channels are working in unison, and that's why we are seeing the progress that we are making. Madam Chair, I made the point earlier also that we've met the banks. So not only are we using our interest rates as our traditional tools, we are engaging them to also support the real sector, the export activities, discovering new markets, helping to hold the hand of a Ghanaian businessman to discover opportunities out there. We believe that especially the banks that are from other countries, South Africa, Nigeria, and what have you, will be better placed, to help in this regard. So we'll continue to push hard on those fronts, in addition to, the traditional monetary policy making that we are doing. We are supporting government to a great extent. As you are aware, Madam Chair, the level of coordination with the Minister of Finance has been stepped up currently. The EPCC meetings are now held regularly, and we talk with the Minister about twice every month. We hold a breakfast meeting. We lay out our concerns. We meet him halfway. We agree on how we're going to address this issue. And so, Madam Chair, we are on the bend. We believe that the stability we've seen in the past 1 year is here to stay. And on this note, I think we should thank Parliament for the support that we also enjoyed last year. We have had to pass a number of critical legislations, and I think we must commend you for that support. What we have done through those legislations is that some of the things that happened in 2022 will not happen anymore. The huge liquidity injection that took place those days would not happen easily anymore. If I have to sanction any of those activities, I would first have to approach Parliament, or the Minister of Finance will have to approach Parliament. We have strengthened the oversight function of Parliament going forward, and that strengthens the framework going forward. So I thought I should put that on record, our commendation for the support of Parliament. We'll be coming back with some more legislative reforms, and we are sure you'll be there to support us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Governor, but I still am a bit concerned about the difference between the policy rates and the inflation of 5.4%. It's quite huge. So whatever it is that you are doing, now that you have even gone below your target, maybe you need to ease those monetary policy operations in that area so that things can balance a bit. That's all I'm saying. So we support our household and businesses when it comes to the cost of borrowing, because now you have what you want, and you have even gone below what you wanted. 8 plus or minus 2, and it's 5.4. So maybe you should think of easing that a bit.
Well,
the committee here will gladly always support you, because whatever you do, we know affects the economy at large, and we are representatives of the people. And so if we have to support you to make sure that you ease the burden of the representatives of the people, the ranking members and myself are happy, including Parliament, to support you to make that happen. But we'll be very grateful if you can ease the operations a bit, because you've hit your targets already, and then you can look into other things. Finally, you mentioned the forex exchange market management. Can you tell us how much liquidity you have pumped into the market in terms of forex, and then in terms of CDs as well for 2025?
Madam Chair, well, I have my head of financial markets here. I would ask him to come in. But before he does so, Madam Chair, you know, our foreign exchange management framework is based on the managed floating regime. Now, that framework hasn't changed. It is what has been in place for years now. We have the same thing in place. However, during last year, we made some changes on the operational side to strengthen the framework. We published a guideline to the public explaining that framework. I'm sure you may have seen the framework. But if Madam Chair wants, I have my head of financial markets here. I also have a copy of that press release. I could read to the committee if you permit me to do so. But let me ask my head of financial markets to make a few comments before I do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Nisowa Ahulu, Financial Markets. Madam Chair, I will indicate that, yes, this year, given the fact that we've been able to significantly improve our reserves level and the reforms we've had in the financial, in the foreign exchange operations, our 3 core function is to build up reserves, and then to ensure that we have sufficient reserve to support where we have significant volatility in the FX market, as well as then being able to intermediate in the market in a neutral way in order not to have impact on the volatility and its spread onto the macroeconomy. So relative to last year, we've had significant intermediation process. And that is what we have observed in terms of the stability and the appreciation we have observed.
How much does the significant interventions translate into? That is what I know there's been significant interventions. How much does it translate to respectfully?
In terms of our support for the market this year,
yes, please.
I would say overall it will be close to about 10 billion.
10 billion USD or Ghana cedis?
10 billion US dollars on the FS market.
And then on the Ghana cedi?
That should be, remember, supporting the market will be equivalent to withdrawal of CDs. So that component will be, if we take an average rate of about 10.5 and multiply by the 10 billion, that should give somewhere around maybe 15 billion in terms of withdrawal of CD liquidity. That is what we have done this year.
But, Madam Chair, respectfully, I think we have to correct the impression that we pumped 10 billion into the market. No. The word we use now is intermediation. The 10 billion he's mentioning consists of several things. The payments to IPPs. Remember, IPPs were going to shut down. All the money we paid them is part of it. Bondholders who wanted to take out their monies. All the monies we paid to them is part of this. So it is not the intervention, as you call it. We emphasized more on intermediating all these flows, at the same time building reserves. And I thought I should put that into context before he goes on.
Mr. Chairman. Chair.
Mr. Madam Chair, yes. So just like Governor mentioned, the support is basically to the various sectors of the economy. And we have various breakdowns in terms of what goes to manufacturing, what goes to commerce and finance, what goes to support the energy sector and all that. So the amount involved is the overall support provided to the various sectors of the economy for the year.
Yes, so, Governor, I have a data with me which talks about 39.4 tons of gold previously lost to smuggling in terms of has been formalized at the sector. That actually leads to the volume S trading. So I would like to find out from you, is this data correct?
Madam Chair, what we know is that there's been a difference between what was being aggregated, for example, in 2024 and what was done in 2025. As to the figure you are mentioning, I'm not sure where it's coming from. The source will be, better able to speak for themselves. What we are certain about is that there's been a significant increase in the aggregation. And we emphasize responsible mining practices. We don't have any evidence to, otherwise at this stage. Thank you.
Okay, Governor. I've been listening to you attentively. Is there anything else you want to tell this committee before we let you go, please?
Madam Chair, I believe I've said it all already. I was going to emphasize the fact that the domestic gold purchase program is something that has been in place since 2021. We have had to reform certain aspects. We have had to tweak other aspects. There's an internal audit that is on the way. It is not an internal exercise. This is an external audit firms, one of the biggest 4 audit firms. They are looking at those operations. Our appeal is that we wait until those exercises are ready, the audit reports are ready, and we'll all be guided by that. But as a central bank, based on what we saw during last year, and the contribution of the reserve to the reserves build-up and the general stabilization of the economy, we believe that the optimal step currently, the optimal way to go currently, is to look at how we can address those costs and who will bear those costs going forward. That way we can sustain the progress that we have made. That way we can all continue to buy cement lower than before. I am quite happy when I hear Ghanaians draw our attention to some of the price declines that we are seeing. It is real. And we believe that over time, other prices will also, follow suit. What we ask for now is please join us so that we reform this framework for the better of Ghanaians. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, I mean, while joining you, I mean, in fact, I like how you simplify issues from your end and all of that. It's so brilliant. But however, so do you accept as a bank that your engagement in these quasi-fiscal activities are contrary to the IMF commitments? And have you informed the IMF on this, these losses?
Well, in the first place, the Bank of Ghana law is the law that guides our operations. It mandates us to do what we are doing. The Bank of Ghana board, the board that was in place in 2021, I believe was fully aware. They approved this. Secondly, the IMF has not objected to our involvement. Their point is that the costs, the inherent costs, cannot continue to be borne by the central bank alone. And that is the IMF's position, which we agree with. That's why we are engaging government. We are engaging other, government agencies who also have to, burden share. And we are asking that Parliament support us in this regard. We must do whatever it takes to contain the costs. We must do whatever it takes to burden share in terms of the cost. And then we must do whatever it takes to sustain this program going forward. Because it will help us. It will anchor the progress that we have made. And it will sustain the gains going forward. We believe that is in the interest of Ghanaians. Thank you.
Well, I brought in the IMF because you know that under the IMF Extended Credit Facility Program, the bank is bound by some clear structural commitments. And in the commitment, you must not finance government, either directly through overdrafts or indirectly through loss making. And I bring in this because of the losses that we have made with respect to the Gold Board and the Good for Oil program. And that's what I needed, that commitment from you. I realize that you are trying to solve the problem and all of that, but the bank cannot continue to incur that cost. You cannot carry that burden. So something ought to be done about it. And that is what... Of course, I mean, the fact, it needs all of us. And that is why, as a parliamentarian sitting on this committee, I must ask you the questions. And based on your answer that you give us, we all can find solutions to it. We have to make laws. If we have to make laws to ensure that these things do not occur or appear in our books, then we do that. Finding solutions is not a reserve of him alone. I mean, I have a responsibility and we all have responsibilities. Thank you.
Governor, I must say that I'm impressed with the kind of cooperation you have with the Ministry of Finance. And I want to urge you to work together to make sure that you are all on the same page. And this, I know, will go a long way to help fast-track things for our economy and the people of Ghana. So I must commend you for that good relationship that you have with the Minister for Finance and now working together to make sure you achieve the policies for which you have set out for yourself. On this note, I want to find out, so is the bank policy solvent?
Madam Chair, as at the end of 2024, we were policy solvent. The 2025 financials are yet to be finalized, and when it's finalized, we will make you aware. What we ask for is some of these areas where we need some burden sharing. It will help us. We believe that you support us in that regard. Madam Chair, let me also thank you for your support, as I said earlier, and to also emphasize that our doors are always open. If any member of Parliament wants clarity on any issue, please just send me a message or write a letter to us. The other day, I heard from one very honorable member making some statements that were rather unfortunate. He said had approached or had called some audit firms to falsify accounts and all that. I believe that's not the way we can go. What he was referring to had to do with a special assignment which had to do with the accounting treatment of monetary gold. Now, our information is that the accounting standards do not provide clarity on that. And so you have to be guided by best practices. Now,
respectfully, none of us here
that
said
is so.
that. And
that
the
is
person
so.
who said that, we don't know.
That is
Presumed
so.
to have said that, we don't know. So respectfully, we would ask that we end
Madam
this
Chair, but with your
issue.
respectfully,
Yes.
I just want to make an
But
appeal.
I know that you said
The
your doors are
issues
always
about the
open,
central
and then
bank
we
are
want to work
quite
with you.
very sensitive ones. If there's anything anyone does not understand, just let us know. We can have a breakfast meeting, and our technical staff will be there to provide all the answers. Thank you very much.
Governor, thank you for coming, and you are discharged. The next group to be called is Ministry of Agric. Minister, I have a first speaker.
So those were some agencies under the Ministry of Finance taking their turn at the Public Accounts Committee hearing. I'm joined in studio by my colleague Nana Tufo-Boateng. Tufo, it's almost midday. What were some of the key takeaways of this particular sitting?
I think this particular sitting was to look into the report of the Auditor General for the period January 1 to January 31, or to December 31, rather, of 2024. And this particular sitting, what we just witnessed, this public hearing, had to do with the management of petroleum funds. And that's how come you had the ministry being the finance ministry and agencies or departments under it represented today at the hearing being the Ghana Revenue Authority and the Bank of Ghana. Now, topical on this issue would, of course, will be how oil revenues were dispersed or how it was dispensed. And then, of course, on the BOG side, the report, the committee looked into the report of the Auditor General on the consolidated statements of foreign exchange receipts and payments of the BOG for the year ended 31st December 2024. The statement on the management of oil or petroleum funds is a 62-page report by the Auditor General, and it captures how much revenue was accrued, the expenditure, the sources of funding, and all of that. And then when you take that off the, if you like, the statements, the consolidated statements of foreign exchange receipts and the payments of the Bank of Ghana for the year ended 31st December 2024. You also get details, but topical for the day will be the Gold for Oil program and the Gold for Reserves program. And that's how come you had, you notice that the GRA, acting commissioner of the GRA, did not take as much time at the committee sitting as the governor of the Bank of Ghana did, because clearly a matter of interest. We all saw and read the report of the IMF that revealed some $214 million losses due to the operations of the Gold Board. Subsequently, it's been a back and forth. Minority, the Gold Board itself and the Bank of Ghana either not wanting to take blame or responsibility for this particular loss, and then, of course, the minority insisting that indeed there was a loss, calling for some investigation into this loss and all that. So the BOG governor, taking his turn at the Public Accounts Committee, had to walk through it, and he's actually spoken on the matter and suggested
1.8 billion cedis loss for 2024.
Yes. Yeah, and then also confirming that there's some audits that has been instituted into the Gold for Oil program as well as the Gold for Reserves program. So he's announced that an external audit for the Gold for Oil program and the Gold for Reserves program has been instituted to enable reforms and reduction of losses. Now, recall also that when he spoke at the 2026 New Year school event at the University of Ghana, he did mention that there was going to be a stakeholder, if you like, consultation or workshop to look at the program itself. Where there's a need for a review, they review. Where there's a need for a reform, they will reform. And of course, invitations have been thrown out there, so we see how it goes. But the revelation is that a net loss of 1.8 billion Ghana cedis was incurred by the Gold for Oil program, while the Gold for Reserves program incurred a net loss of 3.8 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2024. So these were some of the revelations by the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Siama, when he appeared before the Public Accounts Committee. It's also interesting to note that, the chair is Abnao Sayasari, who is on the minority side, whose government was in power in 2024. And of course, she was, I think, Minister of State in charge of...
Deputy Minister of Finance.
Deputy Finance, right. And so, as chair of the committee today, you had her cede the chairmanship to the ranking.
Yeah.
That's Atamils.
Samuel
Atamils,
yeah.
Commander Dina...
Abrem.
Yeah. So, these are some of the things that happened during the Public Accounts Committee. We understand that next to appear will be the
Education Ministry.
Yeah. We're also looking forward to have Food and Agriculture also appear before the committee. So we see how all of this plays out.
Very well. So let's go live back to the Public Accounts Committee sitting in Parliament.
Grateful. Madam Chair and members of the Public Accounts Committee, I extend to you the profound regrets of the Minister for Education. He would have wanted to be here himself, but other pressing matters have taken him to another activity. So with your leave, he has asked me to represent him with the rest of the bureaucrats from the ministries, agencies cited in the various audit reports. Thank you. My name is Clement Abasapak, Member of Parliament for the good people of Bulsa South and Deputy Minister for Education.
Thank you very much. I'm Rejoice Dankwa, Director for TVET, representing my Chief Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Smile GC, Acting Deputy Director General in charge of Management Services, GES. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Isahak Monawaru, Acting Deputy Director General in charge of Quality and Access, Ghana Education Service.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, my name is Mensa Jerry, GES Internal Audit.
Honorable Chair, my name is Teresa Opomensa, Director in charge of School Health Education Program, GES.
Madam, Director of
School Health Education Program.
My name is Zakaria Suleimana, Acting Director General, CTVET.
Honorable Chair, my name is Lawson Anakwa, Director of Budget, CTVET.
Honorable Chair, my name is Imoro Musa, Acting Director Finance, GES.
Okay, Ministry, we are going to start with performance audit of the Auditor General on the provision and maintenance of toilet facilities in public schools. So that's what we are going to start with. And Honorable Alexander Roosevelt Hertoge, we'll start with you on the provision of toilets.
Thank you.
And from paragraph 52. Chairman. From paragraph 52 onwards.
Yeah, that's paragraph 52, has to do with section 36(1) of the Pre-Tertiary Act 2020, Act 1049, requires the Ghana Education Service to build, equip, manage, and maintain public basic and senior high schools, to provide a place of convenience for children whilst they are in school. We expected that the GES will ensure that whenever school infrastructure is provided, it will include toilets. However, we noted that the GET Fund and the MMDAs provided school infrastructure, classroom blocks, without toilet facilities. The issue has to do with why did MOH and GES not ensure toilet facilities were provided during the construction of new classroom blocks?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will refer this question to our DDG in charge of quality and assessment to respond to.
Thank you, Madam Chair, as of August 2024, the projects that were outstanding had been handed over to the schools indicated in the report, including toilet facilities.
Your answer again, please.
We cannot get your answer very clearly.
As of August 2024, these projects had been handed over to the schools indicated in the report, including toilet facilities.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to find out from the DDG Quality as to whether he is aware that the director or the man in charge of planning indicated that there were some schools that were built without toilet facilities because they felt there were existing toilets at the time. And he also indicated in this same report that some schools were built without toilet facilities simply because the people or the communities that benefited from these schools were only interested in space for learning but not toilets. That's whether he's aware of that.
Grateful, Madam Chair. I think the issues raised by the honorable member should be of grave concern to all of us. Clearly, this exposes gaps in the current system with regards to funded school projects, and as the member earlier pointed out, school projects also financed by MMDs. We recognize that sanitation is very important, and going forward, we will ensure that these lapses are taken care of. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would like the honorable member to tell the committee in what ways are you going to ensure that your next constructions will go with toilet facilities?
Address him properly, please. He's an honorable deputy
He's
minister.
the honorable member and the deputy minister for education.
Honorable Chair, he's a long-term good friend. So I think some level of colloquiality is allowed. Nonetheless, thanks for protecting me.
Honorable Minister, before we go on, we would like to express our condolences to you and then to the family. You are a family member of Public Accounts Committee, and we need to really do that. We are sorry about your loss. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, with all humility, I express my appreciation for this public show of concern. I look forward to having as many of you join us as we put Pastor John Azundem Apak to rest. So now you know that my father was a pastor. Thank you.
But Minister, clearly from the dates, you are telling us that no member of the MPP should come for your funeral because it's 31st of January 2026. And you know that 31st January 2026 is a very special day on the calendar of the MPP party. But that notwithstanding, we will do the needful. Accept our condolences.
Madam Chair, most grateful. It was inadvertent. It was not deliberate. But I do concede that that may not have been the best day to pick. But
Madam Chair, just something striking. Growing up, were told of kids from pastors and how they behaved. But knowing you, Chief, it looks like it confirms that assertion. It really confirms that assertion. You know, they say that the pastor's kids, sometimes they are Kwalabone and all of that. And the chief.
Madam Chair, this is on a positive note. You know, he's a good younger colleague. And in other words, he's trying to expose the fire in my belly. But let's say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The old man himself, in his days at the University of Ghana, Commonwealth Hall, the effective number 7 winger, was much more active than my good self. So I believe in the womb of time, I would also transition to become a pastor. Very well. Mr. Chairman, I was indicating that GET Fund now has a lot more leverage in terms of resources with the decapping of the fund. So as part of that, the new direction is not just to ensure that school facilities come with the requisite sanitary facilities, but as you know, we are also advocating and pushing for the inclusion of accommodation for teachers, particularly the schools in the rural areas where accommodation for rent is difficult to come by. So it is within that context that I believe very strongly that we would address these gaps for our collective good, particularly for the girl child, also in the wake of our free sanitary pass program. Having sanitary facilities, in this case, washrooms, changing rooms, would be very useful if we are to achieve the policy objective. Thank you.
Auditors, take note of that. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I am okay.
Thank you very much. The next person is Dr. Giselle, please. It's on paragraph 46.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. Minister, my line of query has to do with the inadequate sanitary facilities in public schools and public facilities. According to the Pre-Tertiary Education Act 2020, Act 1049, it requires that the Education Service constructs and equip public basic schools and senior high schools with adequate sanitary facilities. It's also emphasized in the Technical Guide of WASH 2014 that also requires that such facilities should serve not less than 50 people. So all these technical guides have been provided. Now, the auditors found that the provision of infrastructure in public schools is carried out by your ministry, which is responsible for the planning, funding, and implementation of such infrastructure. They also note that apart from the education facilities not having the adequate facilities, the education institutions not having the adequate facilities, there was a special audit in the Kumasi area where some staggering figures were found. For example, in KMA, that's paragraph 48, page 23 of the report. In the KMA area, about 125,000 schools had toilet deficits. That's 94%. KGs had about 12,000 toilet deficits. JHS had about 5,900, almost 6,000 toilet deficits. And senior high, about 62% of them had toilet deficits. So, Honorable Chair, the analysis goes on and on and on. But one striking thing for me is that the auditors identified 3 broad factors that are leading to this. The first one is that your ministry, which is responsible for planning and equipping these facilities, these institutions with these facilities, appear not to make adequate planning, adequate provision for building such infrastructure with those facilities, those complementing facilities. The auditors also found a second factor, which is that there are some structures that are supposed to serve this, but they've been abandoned. Part of the reason is that there is no water supply to these facilities, and therefore they are abandoned. The final one, which is more disheartening, is that even in cases where our development partners have identified these and supported us to provide these infrastructure, we have failed to hand them over for use by these schools. Honorable Minister, what do you have to say in response to these observations?
Let me respond by initially admitting that what you have just narrated is a clear example of a national failure. This ought not to be the case. And I believe that as a nation, we need to be a lot more conscious of the provision of adequate facilities. In this case, toilet and sanitary facilities in our schools. This obviously didn't happen overnight. So the lack of adequate provision for building these facilities, again, would be taken care of within the context of new projects going forward. The new thinking, as far as Get Farm projects are concerned, is that they must be holistic in terms of coming not just with the classroom blocks, but the toilets and the washrooms and the changing rooms, and even accommodation for teachers. That will respond to the first factor identified. Now, you also mentioned the second one, which is abandoned structures, which should be in use as sanitary facilities. Clearly, that is one that we can look at as a ministry and to see how we can put them to use. It will come at a cost, but we can look at it, conduct an audit, and do an appraisal about how much it will cost. And if we can make a good case, I believe we should be able to address some of the abandoned structures. The third factor identified by the auditors has to do with those facilities funded by donor partners, which for one reason or the other, the auditors have queried of not being put to use. We will look into that as well, and to make sure that those that are yet to be put to use are put to use. Because if the facilities have been constructed and are available, why would they not be put to use? Except, of course, they could be matters of payment to the contractors, which may then prevent the handing over of those facilities to GES for onward use by the students. So we welcome these queries. We would work at them to ensure that our students, our wards, are able to have these critical facilities to enhance teaching and learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And The Honorable Clement Apak that I know and the Honorable Haruna Idrisu that I know, I'm confident that you will walk this talk, except that I have a further clarification to seek. You indicate that the new thinking is that infrastructure like these that go to the basic schools in particular should come with sanitary facilities and also teachers' accommodation. Did you also factor in water, say boreholes, etc., in such facilities? Because one of the reasons for abandoning these structures is just that they don't have flowing water and therefore there's no point using them. And so we appear to be wasting and sinking a lot of money to structures that are not utilized.
Madam Chair, the Honourable Member is right. It was an oversight. Even with the current Get Fund projects ongoing, I know that it is part of the arrangement that when the structures are put up, a mechanized borehole is a component of the contractual agreements. I mean, even from our own constituency, as a member of the Education Committee, I know that this is the case. So I took it as a given, but your question has caused me to clarify that they would go with a mechanized borehole to ensure that water is available for the WCs, which is what we are doing these days. Thank you.
The numbers that have been abandoned are quite huge. Is there any action that you are planning to take this year to ensure that at least some of them are put back to use? And this is particularly important because of our recent experience with COVID and outbreak of cholera and other related diseases in our schools and the risks that it poses to our wards. What exactly will you be doing to plow back the use of these facilities?
Honourable Member, as I indicated earlier, we would drill down the information in the report, identify the various facilities where they are, do an appraisal to determine what it will cost. And because I don't carry the public purse, I wouldn't want to commit my Honourable Minister with regards of how immediately. But of course, we can always look at other external sources to see if we can galvanize some donor support to put them back to use, even as we are constrained within the context of our own budget. But we will look at them, and those that are low-hanging fruits, I believe the Honourable Minister, with his own dexterity and with the support of the committee, will be able to do something about the rather appalling situation narrated.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
All right, the next person is Honourable Sebastian Dare on page 58, please. I mean paragraph 58.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I think my question is very much linked to the premise established by my senior colleague, Dr. Jasal, with regards to abandonment of WC toilet facilities in schools. But the crux of my question is the rampant nature of this, particularly in our schools, and I was sad to note that in the list also there is a purely girls' school, and we all can understand when there isn't toilet facility in a girls' school. But the problem I have is these toilets have been built, and per the auditor's report, across 6 schools that were cited, 11 structures were built but locked up and not being in use and the beneficiaries cited lack of water as the reason. I am glad to note that the Deputy Minister has actually noted that new structures that are considered to be built or are being built, water is going to be factored in. Question is, these ones that were cited by the auditor, what is the status now? Have these structures been opened now? Because at least the auditor's report has come out over a year now, and the committee would like to know whether these 11 structures across the 6 schools are now opened and they are being put to use.
Most grateful, Madam Chair. I would invite my DDG to respond, and if necessary, I will wait in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The schools that were identified in the sample reports have all been handed over to the schools. But for those that were abandoned due to lack of water and the use of WC toilets, KVIPs have been provided while the system works to resolve the problem sustainably. And when it comes to the girls' school you mentioned, they have received a 20-seater toilet facility at least to stand in, while some other additional facilities will be added.
Madam Chair, the additional information I wish to provide pertains to the existing structures that cannot be used due to the unavailability of water. I would be conveying this to the Honorable Minister. I know that it should be possible for us to speak to other government agencies with the capacity to drill boreholes. And we know that if we get a borehole and we get a poly tank, it should be possible for us to connect so that these facilities can be in use. The truth is that the sanitary conditions in most of our pre-tertiary institutions, simply put, are appalling. And we cannot be proud of that in this 21st century. So it is part of our responsibility to correct, for lack of a better word, the mistakes of the past. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, what worries me a lot is take Mamprobi Sempe 1, 12-seater toilet, 20-seater toilet, another 12-seater toilet, uncompleted since 2010, awaiting Ghana water connection. And then the alternative is use of public toilets, including KG children. Goodness. I mean, 2010, some of us were not born. And looking at Ghana water, why can't we drill boreholes? The water that you use in flushing the toilet doesn't have to, if it's salty, you can use it. Whatever, but is it because our children don't attend these schools?
Madam Chair, this is a very profound question. And I think it's a challenge to all of us as members of parliament and representatives of the people to insist and advocate that sanitary conditions are adequately provided and that agencies as well as public companies which have the responsibility of ensuring that this happens also play their role. Because truly, as the honorable member said, it is water to flush a WC. It doesn't have to be cured, purified water. How can that take 2010 to 2026, 16 years? I was still in Vancouver, Canada. I had not even come to Ghana yet. Clearly. So this cannot be acceptable. I agree with the sentiment of the committee.
My other one is Kumasi Girls Senior High School. A 28-seater WC. The reason for lockup is in good state, but locked due to unavailable water. The alternative they are using is a caved-in KVIP or other KVIP structures.
Yes, go ahead.
No, I think in the witness, I didn't get your name. In your response, you did indicate that as a stopgap measure for some of these things, you are providing KVIP. But we need to point out the fact that where we have reached in our development, KVIP is as a replacement for a 28-seater toilet that has been built and locked. It's just an unacceptable solution, regardless of whatever stopgap measure is supposed to solve. So let us rather look at what is being discussed around the table, KVIP, boreholes, as a means of getting water to flush these toilets and therefore put them to good use. Honorable Chair, I think that's the intervention I wanted to make here.
Honorable Chair, I think that is in the right direction, because we cannot still be talking about KVIPs, especially at a time when we are providing free sanitary pads for our girl children. That cannot be the way to go. But let me invite our director in charge of WASH to share a few thoughts with the committee.
Thank you. The school now has a 20-seater facility that is augmenting the one they are using. So as indicated, we will work on the alternative where we will look at availability of water for them to use the WC. Thank you.
Which school are you referring to?
Kumasi Girls.
Madam Chair, Kumasi Girls, for clarification.
Honorable Member, are you done with your questions? Yes. All right, thank you. The next one is Honorable Kwesi Kunedu from paragraph 63.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, this also has to do with abandoned and delayed handing over of similar facilities to schools. And I believe the discussion that we are having, the reasons are almost the same. So I believe that we probably would have to quicken our steps in providing some of these water for some of these toilet facilities that we are doing for the schools, as has been discussed, such that some of these projects will not be abandoned. But however, in any case, what we have at the moment, have we been able to finish up some of these for them? Especially we are looking at Presec, we are looking at Sempe cluster of schools and the rest. Have we been able to finish some of these for them such that they will be able to use them, whilst in the future and in current terms, we try adding on the water facilities to some of these projects?
Most grateful, Madam Chair. I will invite DDG to respond.
Madam Chair, for emphasis, those that were identified, including Presec, that have been completed and handed over to the school. Thank you very much.
Deputy, what about the others? Because we are looking at almost about 5 of those schools.
All those,
pay and the rest.
Madam Chair, for all those identified in the study report, they have been handed over to the schools. They have been completed and handed over to them.
Yes, the Temamata these days schools,
yes,
and all of them. Oh, okay, that's good.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Chairman.
All right, let me read you paragraph 67 of this report. As a result of deficit in sanitary facilities in the schools, students and pupils, including children in kindergarten, were left with no option than to engage in open defecation or go out of the school's premises to use public toilets. And in most cases, these pupils did not return to school.
Madam Chair, am I to respond?
No, sir. It's just for the public to know.
Well,
some of the students, when they go and use the washroom, they never return.
Madam Chair, but this is why these facilities are important.
Very.
Invariably, this affects teaching and learning.
Yes.
Because to use the washroom, you have to go off the premises.
Yes.
And then they don't come back. We are not doing ourselves any good. This is the future of our nation. So we owe it to them and to ourselves to ensure that these challenges are resolved. Let me appeal to the committee. The Get Fund formula is yet to come to Parliament. So most of these issues that are coming up and are related to Get Fund, let's be conscious of them when the House has a chance to look at the Get Fund formula. I'm grateful.
Okay, the next question is for Honorable Frederick Yao Ahinkwa. It's paragraph 74.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, my question has to do with the maintenance of sanitary facilities. Section 5.7 of the WASH in Schools Facilities Planning and Management Guide 2014 requires that sanitary facilities in schools should be cleaned daily, and areas to be cleaned include walls, floors, wash hand basins, toilet bowls, and squat hole. Daily cleaning of sanitary facilities is to be undertaken by pupils or employed cleaners. The auditors had an interview with school management, teachers, and people, and that the facilities were not cleaned on daily basis. For instance, at the time of our inspection, we noted that there were fecal matter in the corridors of the toilets, around the squat holes in KVIPs, squat plates and bowls of WCs, and in urinals. Also, they found that used tissues, papers, and sanitary pads on the floor of toilet and then urinals. Example of these conditions of toilet facilities in school visited is shown in figure 5. So the pictures are there. You can see for yourself. But this situation, according to the auditors, led to diseases such as urinary tract infections, worm infestation, diarrhea, and typhoid were prevalent in the schools. The nurses at the sick bays and clinic attributed the diseases to the unhygienic sanitary conditions and contamination of water in the schools. My question is, I have 3 questions on this. 1, looking at the WASH guidelines, Minister, what is your take? Is it prudent to use students to clean these facilities? Is it not affecting contact hours? And
well, if you want my honest opinion, students should not be used to clean these facilities. The state should be able to employ and deploy people to handle this specific issue. I mean, if you take a KG, for example, how do you expect somebody who is below the age of 4 to be able to clean him or herself, let alone to clean the facility? Even so, as we go upwards, I think perhaps it's only at the secondary school level that students who were notorious as my good self would usually be punished to clean toilet facilities, which I have done some as part of correctional measures. So I believe at the lower tier, we should be looking at employing people to do this work. And I don't think it will be too much to ask. That is my opinion.
Thank you. Part of the report indicates that some schools engage some employees to do the cleaning, and the source for payment was levies collected from PTA. And in 2021, there was a caveat that no PTA should pay a levy to any school. So because of that, those who were employed to do the cleaning were unable to do, and they were disengaged. Now, do you think of anything different, or thinking outside the box to come out with something that can be used to pay these people, since you are in agreement with me that people, according to your view, and then an expert, shouldn't be used to do this cleaning in the schools? What else do you think of should be the best alternative?
Most grateful, Madam Chair. Indeed, it was the case that PTAs were disbanded. We had what was called parent associations. The A was taken back. But we have since reinstated PTAs with some modification and some guidelines. But having said so, it shouldn't be the responsibility of PTAs. Ideally, this should be the responsibility of the state. We all know the elephant in the room, and I don't mean the party that my good sister, Madam Chair, belongs to. The elephant in the room is inadequate financial resources. If the ministry had adequate financial resources, I believe that we would have employed and deployed people to undertake this very important activity. But even so, I think it is time for us as a nation to have a deeper public conversation around our educational system in general, largely captured in the Education Forum report, but specific to some of these ancillary issues that can either enhance or, if you like, dissipate teaching and learning. So I would bring this to the minister, and I know wherever he is, he will become aware of this conversation so that we can see what can be done. Maybe at the next opportunity, giving clearance by the finance ministry to recruit non-teaching staff, we could factor in specific employment opportunities for people to attend, to be employed, to attend to the matter of sanitation as far as our schools are concerned. So these are some of my ideas as to how we can address the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I think I'm impressed with your responses. My worry has to do with the people. When you look at a report, the interview was on sick base in second cycle institutions. And the effect of these unhygienic conditions has resulted in urinary tract infections, worm infestation, typhoid, and then what have you. If we are experiencing this at the second cycle institutions, where we will say the students are a bit grown up, you can imagine what is happening at the basic schools. I'm much worried about this. Let's do something. I'm equally a teacher by profession. It's just by chance that we are here. I'm a teacher by profession from A to Z. Yes, so I'm concerned. Thank you.
Grateful, Madam Chair. I think we've taken note of the honorable members' legitimate concerns: diarrhea, urinary tract infections, worm infestation. Clearly, it means that all is not well. But I think it is also an ancillary of the increased number of students that we have using limited facilities. So whilst trying to increase the spaces by augmenting existing facilities with new facilities can be a factor towards addressing this, it is not entirely the panacea. So we would factor in all the other options that we have discussed so that our wards will not go to school and come home sick. We know, we've read reports in the ministry, we know of instances where wards have gone to secondary school, have become very ill, and some, unfortunately, have even lost their lives. So it is a wake-up call that we ought to take these matters seriously. But a factor would be the decongestion of our various institutions of learning at the pre-tertiary level. Thank you.
This one is a public interest issue. When you look at the report, like you indicated, the pressure on the facilities is not just because of the numbers. The report indicates that some communities, members, also use these facilities. So I will use this platform to appeal to those listening to us. These facilities are meant for our children, the future leaders of this nation. Why should we compete with them? Why should we compete with them? At least when you go to the communities where there are no KVIPs, they do their own innovation and do what they call the wheat team. Why can't we do the wheat team and then leave these ones for the students to use? We are appealing to those watching us to desist from that, so that at least our future leaders will have a clean environment, hygienic conditions, grow up, and tomorrow become Dr. Park, a deputy minister. When you are not there, they will come and replace you tomorrow. So we are appealing to everybody to take note of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next person to ask questions, Honorable Desmond de Graaf Peitu. And it's on failed GES and MMDA's failed to repair broken down facilities. Paragraph 81.
Minister, thank you. These reports before me as two responsibilities for Ghana Education Service and then MMDAs. It's all about a broken down and then fail to maintain the necessary, facilities in our basic school and then the SHS. If you look at it, a lot of schools has been cited over here. In fact, the table here shown about 17 schools. Greater Accra and then the Greater Kumasi, where we have those schools, facilities has been broken down. You look at the pictures shown here, in fact, it's not quite present that we have such facilities in our schools and all of them has been broken down. So when it comes into use, and if all these facilities has been broken down, our children, how do they use? What actually at all happen in the schools? If they go there to use and these facilities has been broken down and it has not been maintained. Minister, I would like to know from you, Ghana Education Service, MMDAs, in terms of responsibilities of maintaining these facilities, can you throw a little light about it? Whose responsibility to carry this mandate for us to know?
I'll let my DDG take a bite, and then if necessary, I'll chip in.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. They have asked, they've looked into it, and then they mentioned GES, Ministry of Education, and then MMDAs, and that's rightly so. Just not the Constitution, but Act 1049, it says that public basic education shall be run by the Education Directorate and the District Municipal and Metropolitan Assemblies. Public senior high schools should be run by the Regional Education Directorates and then the Regional Coordinating Councils. So that's how they looked at it, and that explains itself about what they should do. Assemblies are supposed to also build, rehabilitate, equip, and support teaching and learning. I will plead with the Honorable August Committee to, you are part of the assemblies. You can help us to see what is it that assemblies are helping to do. At the level of GES as an agency, we receive, the basic schools receive some capitation. We all know, we pray that as things improve, it will increase. But for now, they are allowed to do minor maintenance and to be able to purchase some detergents to help improve the situation. But once the issue escalates, either assembly takes it up, or ministry, or Get Fund, or some other agency. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member, you know full well that most of us around this table, eventually, we are the people called upon to fix these situations. We can all give one or two examples. But ideally, the MMDAs, the assemblies, should be able to assist with some of these rehabilitations and renovations. But be as it may, we are confronted with an unpleasant situation. So as a ministry, we'll continue to do our part. Perhaps what we should be doing as a ministry is to have a frank conversation with our counterparts at the Ministry of Local Government, and I see my colleague, Deputy Minister for Local Government, so that we can have some modalities and also clarify. So we don't have the situation of the blame game. Is it education? Is it local government? Is it MMDAs? Is it GES? So there is clarity. That will make it easier for us to hold ourselves accountable. It will also be in our interest as members of parliament. If this burden finally has a home, then it doesn't have to eat into our meager resources that we have to use to support our people. So that is the answer I can proffer for now.
Minister, thank you. I think I share your last concern. We must actually know who takes up the burden so that this shouldn't become something like I supposed to do, you supposed to do, somebody supposed to do. And among us, we are running errand that we don't know who to do, and the thing has been broken down for quite long ago. So it's important we look at that and then know what to do. But in your submission, you made something. You talk about a capitation grant. I cited in the report, I forgot the page, that some schools were complaining that they don't receive. What do you say about that? the report before me, that they do not receive that capitation grant.
Yes, as at the time the auditors were there. But the update we have is that from 2025 first quarter up to now, even an advance payment into the next quarter, that has been cleared. So we hope that if that is sent to the schools, they can handle these minor repairs and the purchase of detergents and some other academic activities. Thank you, Chair.
When is it going to send to the schools?
It's gone to the schools.
It's gone?
Yes, please.
As we speak?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I'm done.
Sorry, I'm a man. Honorable Minister, you see, some of the problem is this. Some of the kids from rural areas, they use the KVIP. They go to school and they see the WC. They don't know whether to sit on it or to stand on it. That much it is true. But I will tell you, don't think the local government assemblies will help you. Go to most of their washrooms. They've all been locked up because they don't pay the WC, they don't pay the water bill. They will tell you that they don't have a borehole. So many of the assemblies. It happened to me in one of the assemblies that I would not mention. They ushered me into the MMDC's, the MCE's office. But what about all these people who work here? They say we don't have water. That's local government for you in some of our places. Minister is here. I'm sorry. Local government. Some of them are here. Yeah, they will hear it. Don't lock up your washrooms. Build a borehole and use that water to flush out there. They have all kinds of excuses. If we are not careful, it's like a child who has lost a mother, and you have about 4 aunties, and everybody will say that nobody will take care of the child. So don't depend on MMDCs.
Grateful, Madam Chair. We've taken the caution by the honorable ranking member into account. We will do our best.
Chair, Minister, even apart from what ranking is saying, it's not only the MMDAs or district assemblies. If you go to your educational directorates, they are corporates. Some of them, the washroom is a recipe for other spread of other diseases. When you go to even health facilities, health directorates is happening. So it's become, it's a lack of maintenance culture that is, I mean, we've the whole system. So we need to shift this. We need to actually work on them because it's cut across all ministries. It's not limited to only local government. When you go to offices, you want to use washroom, you can't. Even some of the WC, you see the top is not there, what they sit on it is not there. Even how to flush, some holes are there. And then how much does it take to buy WC? And people are sitting down. And they look at what we are seeing in terms of monies that are spent on other frivolous activities where they can't actually do maintenance. And these things need to be rectified.
Honorable Chair, I think we are now discussing a national challenge because education has been indicted, local government has been indicted, and perhaps even Parliament could be indicted. Those of us who have been here for quite some time, you recognize that I've had cause to complain, sometimes on the floor, about insanitary conditions in some of our own washrooms. So maybe we have the need for a national reorientation with regards to sanitary facilities, their maintenance. Because I think we can cite countless examples. So as members of Parliament, I will urge all of us to take it up.
Minister for Local Government would like to say something.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I want to assure my colleague Deputy Minister for Education that the Ministry of Local Government will liaise with you so that the education directorates at the assembly levels and the MMCs will work together to ensure that we keep our we keep our sanitation issues, that is especially with the washrooms and all that, we keep it very well. We can do it. So let us engage them to ensure that they are on their toes. Education and the MMDCs, that's the education directors, because we cannot do it in isolation. So I believe after this, we need to meet with my minister as well, and then we'll see the way forward to ensure that our children will stay in school. They will not be found outside loitering to say that they want to go and use the washrooms outside. So I want to assure you that we'll work together. And we know that sanitation issues has come up a lot, and His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana is so much concerned. And so we, his appointees and other officers, should ensure that we help to keep our schools clean and to keep our nation clean. And I also want to add that with Parliament, it is way better. Most of the washrooms I visit in Parliament are clean. And so let's give it up for the cleaners here. They are doing a good job in Parliament. So let's emulate it in our ministries. Like Honorable Gakpe said, there are some ministries, you go there, you want to use the washroom, the ordinary washroom. It is not open. And they'll tell you that they have a place that is locked. Why do we keep our homes clean and then the public places, we do not keep them clean? Let's work together on this. Thank you very much.
I'm grateful, Honorable Chair.
The next one is poor supervision of school health by SHEP coordinators. Honorable Shirley Che, paragraph 92.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair. The section 11.3 of the Wash in Schools and Technical Guide requires that SHEP coordinators visit schools twice each term. The auditors noticed that SHEP coordinators did not effectively monitor schools to identify and report on the poor conditions of toilet facilities for GES to take action to address them. They, however, recommended that GES should ensure that funds are made available for SHEP coordinators to carry out effective monitoring of health-related issues and sanitation in schools and reports on them to GES. I would like to know if GES have been making funds available to these SHEP coordinators to carry out their responsibilities.
Grateful, Honorable Chair. I will invite our National Director of SHEP to speak in response to the question.
Thank you, Honorable. Please, the goods and services allocations have been made available to the schools, and directors have been directed to release resources for the SHEP coordinators to monitor the sanitation conditions in the schools. Thank you.
Were made available when? Could you give us specifics? How much has been released and for what duration?
Like my DDG indicated earlier on, from the beginning of the year, the funds have been released to the schools.
So have you followed up
districts
to see if they are effectively using these funds for its intended purpose?
Yes, please. Recently, the auditors have gone around. As a unit, we have also gone around to monitor wash activities in the schools. So they are being used.
You are happy with what is being done? Is there an improvement from 2020? This report dates back 2022. So are you happy with what is being done now? Is there an improvement from when this report was made?
Yes, please. From the visits we have made to the various schools and the district offices, there is an improvement. Just that, as we indicated, the numbers are now more. So there are some that are beyond the schools. And if we have funds for maintenance in the broken facilities, I think we will have a total improvement when it comes to wash in the schools.
Okay, they also noted that instead of them reporting on health-related issues, prevention, control, and eradication of infections, they were rather reporting on release for mosquito nets and deworming students and all the others, which were not really what they are mandated to do. What measures have you taken to ensure that they are really reporting on what they are mandated to report on?
The disease prevention and control activities are part of the mandate of SHEP. We have 4 pillars or 4 thematic areas we work on, and disease prevention and control is one of them. So the malaria we see in the report is part of the disease prevention and control activities, and that is why they are monitoring that. And if you look at the report, it indicated that as a result of inadequate funding, so when we have funding for a particular activity, then we had to ride on the back of that funds to do other activities. That is why at the period of the audit, they saw the report on the malaria, because at that time, it was malaria monitoring that they were doing in the schools. But aside that, we monitor for all the areas under the SHEP, the 4 thematic areas of SHEP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll just pray that GES continues to release the available funds, or the funds that they need to carry out their activities, as this is very important for our students and their health. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I would plead with the honorable member to make the same appeal to the finance minister when the ministry appears before the committee. I mean, we can only survive as much as what we get from the finance minister. So we agree, but also put in a word on our behalf that he should increase the size of our pie.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Minister. This goes to issue of inadequate financing, everyday inadequate financing. But the little that we give, how are they utilizing it? Look at the report that comes here. I mean, especially the educational sector. And the SHEP coordinator, National SHEP coordinator, first of all, I want to remind you that you are under oath. That is the first, you are under oath. What we are telling is that you monitor the release of funds and is geared towards what they're supposed to do. Are you telling this committee the truth?
Thank you, Honorable. I'm here with my auditor. That is the mandate of the audit, and we also do the monitoring of the wash aspect. So with the finance is the audit session of the GES that does the monitoring of the use of the funds. Thank you.
Can confirm that the funds have been released. Auditor, speak to the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So far as we know, in terms of our GOG releases to our schools, that has been done as far as we are concerned. Thank you.
So this committee, one of these days, will join you to go and actually visit the places and see, ascertain the truth that whether the money have been released and being utilized. Because the issue is that we want you to tell us the problem and then we find solution to you. So if your mother is dead and you say he's sleeping, the corpse will be smelling at you. So it's the ball is in your court.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
All right. Now, Minister of Education, let's go to another realm. We are talking about report of the Editor General on computerized financial and electronic system in selected covered entities as of December 31st, 2024.
Honorable Chair, may I seek the permission of the committee to stand this down?
Which one are we standing down?
The report on internet connectivity. The the officer responsible for this is unavoidably absent. Ancillary to that is also the fact that this matter, aspects of it, are under investigation.
Wow.
And so, in his absence, it makes it difficult for us to proceed without stepping on landmines.
But the auditors will intend this way. So, can we go to the other Ghana Education Service, Get Fund Secretariat?
We do have TVET, Commission for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, and we were expecting a director from Get Fund to be with us. But we do have the CTVET acting Director General here. So if we could take CTVET, whilst we check to make sure that there is a representative from Get Fund, we'll be most grateful.
But the indication was Get Fund, the administrator has traveled.
Yes, we have been told so.
You have responses.
We do have responses.
Okay.
But Honorable Chair, Get Fund is a very nuanced agency. It's a nuanced fund. Some of the questions may be beyond our ability to explain. So if we are to stand the issue of free Wi-Fi down for now, I will plead that we stand the issue of Get Fund, whilst we look at an appropriate date to bring the two heads of agencies before the committee. I so submit.
Honorable Minister, the one that you said on the performance of the audit report of the Auditor General on the computerized and financial and electronic systems, you said parts of it is under investigation, right?
Yeah, the issue of the provision of free Wi-Fi, particularly to secondary schools,
okay,
is a subject of investigation.
Okay, so when do we expect for this thing to be completed so that we question them?
Honorable Chair, I would confer with the Honorable Minister and communicate to the committee appropriately. Given that I'm a bona fide member of this August committee, you can hold me duly accountable if it delays.
This is an Auditor General's report.
Well, I'll be at the pleasure of the committee. Honorable Chair, just to clarify, the ongoing investigation with regards to the provision of Wi-Fi for our secondary schools, regional directorates, and district directorates of education is being undertaken by the Attorney General's Department. So I would confer with the Attorney General, and then we can apprise the committee of what we can do and what we cannot do.
Respectfully, an Auditor General's report cannot be taken because an aspect of it is under investigations. Auditors, is this not a public document? Respectfully, we would want a letter to that effect. Otherwise, we will not be able to take this explanation because this is an Auditor General's report. The Auditor General is mandated by the Constitution to have this done. And so, if for any reason a report is under investigations, there must be proof of it to the committee. Otherwise, we are deemed, we have to look at this report and duly submit our findings to the floor of Parliament. So respectfully, today we will step it down, but we would want a letter from you. Otherwise, we'll have to pick this up immediately and have it done so that when Parliament comes, we can send the recommendations to the floor of Parliament for adoption, please.
Most grateful, Madam Chair. As a faithful member of your August committee, I will do as directed. Thank you.
Respectfully, Chairman, if I may. Minister, the document we are speaking to is a performance audit report. Whatever investigations will be into the contract documentations, the financials, and it. Be that once there is an establishment and you have a challenge with how it was done and the rest, that is a different ball game from the Auditor General's report that we are having now. So if on the basis of an investigation, we cannot go ahead with that. I believe, therefore, that the minister ought to write to the Auditor General for a withdrawal of this report. So once this report is withdrawn, then we will not have custody of it to interrogate. But once it's still with Parliament and not withdrawn, I probably don't think that an investigation as to some aspect of it will bar us from having an overview as to the performance of what has been done on the ground. Respectfully.
Grateful, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I made a plea and I gave two reasons. One is that the officer in charge of this portfolio is unavoidably absent. And the second one is what you just indicated. I'll reiterate my appeal that the committee steps this down. We would reappear before the committee on this matter.
All right. It's not about you appearing. Respectfully, it's not about you appearing. It's about you giving us a letter to indicate that, respectfully, this report is under investigations, and so maybe the AG is asking the committee, because the Auditor General derives its mandate from the Constitution, and they have gone ahead to prepare a report, and we are being told that the matter pertaining to this audit performance is under investigation, so we cannot take it. But respectfully, we would want a legal authority backing this. Otherwise, it will seem as if we, the members of the committee, are failing to do what is expected of us, please.
Most grateful. I will do as directed. I'm grateful.
Yes. Okay, in that case, we'll call Gimpa, please. Hey, is TVET here? Yes. I see TVET. It's here, right? Let's take CTVET since you guys are seated. And after that, we'll call Gimpa, please. Huh?
Honorable Chair, if, with your permission, could GES be discharged?
You are certainly discharged. Thank you. Is Gimpa around?
Honorable Chair, I thought you were going to take CTVET.
Yes, CTVET, I'm sorry.
Then Gimpa.
Could they, clerk, administer the oath, please? To
No, CTVET was here.
Did you take the oath? Yes, we did. Oh, you already did? Oh, okay. The Honorable Day, then go ahead and ask them the question. CTVET.
Honorable Chair, two additional persons from CTVET were not here when the oath was being taken. And given that this is a house of records,
So,
I
clerk,
believe they take the oath.
make sure that they also you administer the oath to them, please.
Swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Have they introduced themselves?
Yes, yes, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Abdulmomin Siddiq, Head of Finance for CTVET. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Jonas Benadam, Head of Internal Audit. CTVET.
Okay, Honorable Abuna Osiasa will take you through your accounts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Please, for your financial performance, I see a huge quantum of internally generated funds of 25.8 million Ghana cedis. How do you generate your IGF? Or how do you raise your IGF, please?
Honorable Chair, let me ask the Director of Budget to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. CTVET is mandated to conduct examinations, Certificate 2 examinations, as well as the HND examinations in Ghana. And so the huge IGF you see there is the free SHS, free TVET examination fees that the government pays to CTVET for the conduct of those examinations. Thank you.
Then, well, government pays that. So then if you put it there as internally generated funds, I know, but because in the books of government will not put their IGF. Government will put their transfers to CTVET, so that if in your account you describe it as internally generated funds, when we want to see the debit and the credit, how do you then identify it? Because this cannot be internally generated funds from your own coffers. Because I see you putting the funding from donors. And so if it's it is money coming from government, why don't you make the description funding from government to pay for this, but rather you put it as internally generated funds when it is not you you on your own generating those monies?
Honorable, you are right. This issue came up, and so we've been advised that government payment for free SHS should be classified as subvention from government free SHS, while we separate the little that we are also able to generate from the private candidates who write our examinations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So moving forward, we'll see that distinction.
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay. And the whole of 2023, Get Fund did not give you any allocation.
I'm not sure you are right.
Why?
We did not receive. We did our best to receive, but we did not receive.
Okay, and then I also see allocation from funding from donors of about 2 million Ghana cedis. Which donors gave you this huge sum of money? Because I'm looking at 97,000 Ghana cedis for 2022 and a huge amount of 2 million for 2023. I just want to find out who did that for you in 2020.
Honorable Chair, we ran two programs. Ghana Jobs and Skills, and then the Ghana TVET voucher project. And so the 2 million you see there is from the Ghana TVET voucher project for the activities of the Commission in implementing the TVET voucher project. Thank you.
What is the TVET voucher project?
And the TVET voucher project is a project by Government of Ghana where institutions that train master craftsmen, and then they also pass on the training to artisans so that the whole spectrum of people in the TVET sector are given the necessary skills to deliver. And so we give them vouchers, and then they use those things to get the equipment for the training.
That's excellent. When did you start this? Way back. 2022.
Yes, 2022.
Wonderful.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, because education is not all about the classroom, but also learning to use our hands and building skills and passing on the skills to other people too. So, and I hope you are still working on that and making it even more available to a lot of people.
Yes, we are doing it. In fact, recently, the National Apprenticeship Program, which was ruled out, CTVET was also part of it, in getting all the artisans across the length and breadth of Ghana to be trained in that area as well. Together with the National Apprenticeship Program. Yes.
Well, I see an improvement, but I also see a huge jump in your goods and services. Sometimes you make it seem as if the more money you get, the more expenditure you make. You got monies from government for 25.8 million, and then I see you raising your goods and services from 13 million in 2022 to 21.5 million in 2023. What happened?
Honorable, as the number of candidates who are engaged in the technical institutes and vocational institute increase, the allocation the government will give us to run the examinations increase. Concurrently, the examination cost of all the increased candidates also goes up. So when you have 35,000 and it increased to 50,000, the allocation from government will go up, and the expenditure on all those 50,000 candidates will equally also go up. Thank you.
In the government setting, when government says goods and services, they are mainly for consumption items. So maybe the auditors, TVET, they have a peculiar mandate such that we cannot lump their training and the services they offer as goods, and because we know goods and services are usually for consumption items for the ministries, departments, and agencies. So we should look at it and give it a befitting narration so that it will be distinct from their regular goods and services moving forward.
Well noted, Honorable Chair.
But I think on the whole, I mean, you're doing well. You increase your profits or your surplus from 164 to 3.1 million in 2023. But I hope the trend will not change. Come end of 2024 accounts, 2025 accounts, we'll see not just the surplus, but we'll also see the impacts that you are making, because these are huge sums of money that are being invested. And so we want to see not just the surplus, but we also want to see the impacts, and a lot of entrepreneurs around doing their own thing and also contributing their bits to the nation. Honorable Chair, I think I'm done with this.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You had a question? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yeah, my question, it stems from the seemingly huge monies that you are reporting, funds that you're reporting under internally generated funds. I think, fortunately, you've explained that going forward, it will not be the same, because it gives a very erroneous impression that you are able to, on your own effort, generate such funds. But the issue is, per your Enabling Act, and then with the advent of the Ghana TVET service, where if you look closely at the functions that each of these entities is supposed to be performing, a lot of the things that would happen or has happened under the voucher program that you are taking credit for, per the Enabling Act, that is supposed to default to an entity like the Ghana TVET service. I stand to be corrected. What steps are you taking so that you focus in the core area of regulating the area? Because here you are as an entity being in charge of regulation, you are in charge of conducting examinations, you are in charge of actually implementing programs and projects that go way down to apprenticeship. What steps are you taking, to focus in this critical area of regulating the TVET landscape, so that next time you come to the Public Accounts Committee or other entities, we will be able to scrutinize and ensure that you are adding value to the TVET space?
Great, Honorable Chair. I'll let the Director General of CTVET respond to the question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The activities under the Ghana Voucher Project includes accreditation of training providers. It includes training of facilitators in order that they acquire competencies to deliver competency-based training skills, and that is a requirement for the accreditation. And it includes assessments leading to certification of trainees who undergo apprenticeship. And these are all activities that are under the functions of CTVET. If you say that most of the activities are under the Ghana TVET service, I find it difficult to see those activities. And so it may take some further discussions for us to clarify this. But sitting at this table, my understanding is that many of the activities that are carried out under the Ghana Voucher Project are activities that are actually in the functions of CTVET, and which are part of our regulatory And part of our regulatory activities, as well as the assessment activities or functions of the Commission.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the Honorable Member, in his previous life, has been very involved in this sector. And so he's speaking to this with some experience. I would indulge him to provide any particular instances that have come to his attention where there seems to be either an overlap or replication of responsibilities between the two bodies, so that we can take a look at it as a ministry. Thank you.
Just to provide, Honorable Chair, just to provide a bit of clarity. And do I have your attention, Director General? Yes. I am not particularly pointing at the issue of you performing a function which is not in your enabling act. I am looking at where we can operate within the TVET space such that our efforts will complement each other. I'm talking about the players within the industry would operate in such a way that you will complement each other. In that way, once the functions are disaggregated and we know who is doing what, then it can properly be assessed such that an entity like the Public Accounts Committee can assess you based on the strength that you are actually putting in to add value to the system. That is not to point at the areas of overlap and the rest of it, that because one entity performing a function of being a regulator and at the same time implementing programs that relate to training, that is where I have an issue. And this can be looked at in other fora. Thank you for the opportunity.
We are grateful, Madam Chair.
Honorable, are you done? Okay, now we have Honorable Queensta Pokua Sawyer.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Honorable Deputy Minister, you are welcome. Okay, so TVET, I don't know what you know about Shedru Technical School. The head was interdicted about 4 months ago, and then you have not replaced or asked anybody to act as such now. The deputy was asked to act, but then he's not being allowed from the regional bosses in Central Region. And Shedru Technical is under Aguna West, which is not my constituency. But then the building is in Aguna East. So my DCE has tried so many times to solve problems in that school. The interdicted boss is still working from home. They have to carry, the accountant has to carry the checkbook to his house. If he's not there, the checkbook is left with him. So indirectly, he's been asked to stay at home. But then he's operating from the house. And it's just so difficult for the youth in that school. The school, for all of a sudden, is so deteriorated, it's unbelievable. Nobody takes in. I went to the school unannounced about 2 weeks ago. The DC has also been going there unannounced, and you go and there are no teachers there. I made somebody ask at a point in time, where is the pickup for the school? They don't know the driver who is using the pickup for some days. And the deputy regional boss went, I complained, so he went there, and apparently he called the children in the school and told them that TVET is not under the DCE. So the DCE and the MP has no right to come and give instructions in the school. Meanwhile, as we speak, they don't have water. And it's the DCE that has to get the drip machine to supply the children water. Sometimes they don't have electricity. Their credit is finished, and the children stay in the school without electricity. So I honestly do not know what they intend to do with Swedu Technical, TVET. If something can be done immediately today. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chair, this is a very disturbing and worrying situation. And I assure you that this has not come to the attention of Honorable Minister, nor has it come to my attention. And so let me say thank you to the Honorable Member for bringing this to our attention. I am very certain that between today and tomorrow, Minister would instruct the Director General of TVET Services to go to Swedru Technical Institute in person as part of the immediate remedial measures to bring some semblance of normalcy to what you have just described. It's akin to chaos. And we cannot tolerate that in an institution of learning. So let me say thank you to the Honorable Member for bringing this to our attention. We will act on it with dispatch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister.
But, Honorable Minister, this person has been interdicted for about 4 months. And I'm worried that hasn't been brought to the attention of the ministry. 4 months.
Honorable Chair, as far as I know, this has not been brought to our attention.
Is the director
recognizing that the institute is under the Ghana TVET services, and so until the acting Director General apprises the minister or myself on this matter, we wouldn't have a way of knowing. But as I said, I believe after this meeting, we would act on it. We will act on it.
The acting Director General is here?
No. This is a commission for TVET. And then we have the Ghana TVET services. They are not the same entity.
Yes. Honorable Minister, I think whoever is in charge of Ghana TVET needs to be asked quite a lot of questions. Because if you have interdicted somebody and there's nobody in place, and this person was interdicted for wrongdoing, and there's nobody in place, let me choose my words properly, that if that is so, and the interdicted person is writing checks from the house, I think higher authorities need to be involved, like Yoko and other people. Because an interdicted person should not and cannot write checks. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair, I agree with you 100%.
Yes.
That ought not to be the case.
Yes.
Now that it has come to our attention,
yes, sir,
we will act accordingly.
Thank you very much, sir. All right.
Minister, thank you. And from what the ranking is saying, he was interdicted for collecting unapproved monies, and he's still dealing with money. So then, what have we done? We are just empowering him for doing what is wrong. Thank you.
All right. TVET, you are discharged. CTVET, you are discharged. Can we have a Gimper, please? And Clerk, could you please administer the oath to Gimper, please? Could you please administer the oath, please?
I, Samuel Kwekubonsu,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Could you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Samuel Kwekubonsu, Rector, Gempa.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Albert Ampoinsem, Director of Finance.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Ebenezer Adaku, Deputy Rector, Gempa.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Victoria Kumbo. I'm the Registrar.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Nana Yebuaba Isiem, Director of Internal Audit.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Member. Honorable Chair.
Yes, sir.
With your kind permission, I think GIMPA is ready.
Is what, free?
Ready.
Oh, ready. Oh, okay. Let's look at your financials, please. GIMPA. Your 2022 and your 2023. 2022, you had a surplus of 2.4 million. Then you ended 2023 with 8.3 million deficit. What happened?
Thank you, Chairman. A lot happened. And it goes back to 2020. And for the first time in our history, we had to borrow. 65 years, for the first time, we had to borrow. Because GIMPA is not subvented, we have to generate our own funds. So when we were shut down for almost a year, we had no income. And we were directed by the government not to let anybody go. So we were encouraged by the government to borrow to sustain ourselves through the COVID period. And so we came back in 2021, 2022, after COVID, and we started our recovery. So if Honorable former Minister for Finance will remember, we tried a lot to get some relief for those funds, for the government to support us to pay off some of those costs. But we have not been successful at that yet. We are still hoping for that. So in 2022, part of the reason for the surplus was that we had to go back to the bank and then defer payments for the year. So if you notice that if you look at the numbers, the deficit is almost equivalent to how much we had to pay to the bank. The deficit was about 8.2, and the monies, the interest that we paid to the bank, along with the 1 million principal payment, was about 7.3. So that was the main reason why we had that outstanding, that significant deficit in 2023.
But most of your debt was due to salaries.
Yes, because as I indicated, in 2020, when we had no income, we still paid salaries. And we had to carry that forward because we didn't have to, we didn't make any money at all. So our expenses had to go into paying people who were really not working, because there was a global directive, if I can put it that way, a global directive to not have people not go to work. So we were during the shutdown. And in the recovery state, that is part of what we had to endure.
But your income, okay, let's see, tuition fees and educational contracts. It was 66 million in 2022, but 71 million and 71.4 upon 5 in 2023.
Yeah.
Look at your hospitality service income. It went from 5.4 million to 15.9. What accounted for that?
Some of these were deferred receipts. So we had provided services for which we didn't receive payments until then. In terms of the income, the tuition income, we were fortunate enough, excuse me, because we had to shut down our operations.
Yeah.
When we returned, we ran 3 semesters instead of the normal 2. And that was essentially making up for the 4 that we had already lost. And that is part of the reason why there was that increment. So there was an extra semester, but it wasn't a full semester as we would ordinarily have had it if it wasn't for the situation that we found ourselves in 2020.
Now, student charges went from 142 to 457. What was that?
Student charges, I don't know. Chairman, if you allow me, I will ask our Director of Finance to respond to that. What are student charges?
Chairman, please, could you clarify what you refer to as student charges?
This is your account that you gave to the auditors. We are talking about 2022. Other student charges was 142.
That's supposed to be fees like transcripts, attestation, certification.
And then that was the one, 2023, it was 457,000.
Yes, please, Chairman.
Your investment income, it went down from 155 to 81,000.
Yeah, haircut.
I'm sorry?
Yes, Chairman, I said haircut.
Haircut?
Yes. So some of our funds that we invested were, the payments on them were deferred as per the DGP-EP that the government had in place at the time. So we couldn't receive much revenue from that.
So, Rector.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're telling us that when you invest 100 and, the difference of 74,000 was interest payments only. And what kind of investment do you make that we all go there and also invest our monies and make an interest of 74,000 Ghana cedis within one financial year?
Okay. Normally what we do, thank you ma'am, normally what we do is that we have our receipts are seasonal. So we have 2 cycles in terms of receipts, and then we invest them in some short-term, medium-term with the intent of taking them out in our lean season. Yeah, so that is essentially how we do it. Now we are very careful as to, we have investment policies and others that guide us. Because we have no other source of income, we are very conscious of where we put our money. Yeah. So those that we had looked at in terms of longer term or medium term, 3-4 years, some of them are still stuck in the system, and we are hoping to get them back at some point in the future.
I thought the short haircut was on interest earned.
Some of our funds are locked up with a company in design, Black World or Black something. We Gold Coast, Black Shield, and a few others still have our money. So some of our short-term, medium-term, long-term investments were spread within those time horizons, and we are still.
But that's not part of the haircut.
Okay, so maybe I use the term loosely, but we receive 50,000 out of
Respectfully, you are
Yes.
under oath, so you can't use terms loosely and want to get away with it. Gold Coast
Okay.
is not part of that.
Okay.
The Gold Coast issue happened way ahead of the DDEP. I was only curious because you explained that the shortfall was interest payment only. So I just wanted to find out where we could also invest and make
that kind of money.
74,000 in one financial year. That was all.
Okay, my apologies. I'll be more careful in my choice of words. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I think that this is a problem that is generally known to the committee. Though Rector has rephrased what he meant properly, as a committee, we know that many public institutions have suffered similar fate, and that is different from the DDEP. So we are grateful. Thank you.
You see, the same year that the school, you said the school was shut down. Oh, no. Okay. Let me rephrase it. 2022, your administrative and general expenses was 14 million. 2023, it was 20 million. Why that big jump?
Thank you, Chairman. As I indicated earlier, we had this finance cost that we had to deal with. So we are looking at about 8 million per year in costs that we didn't have the year preceding it. So a few other costs went up. Utility costs went up significantly. And again, we pay our own costs. We pay for virtually everything at Gimpa.
I understand that. I understand that you pay for your own costs.
Yes.
But when the cost jumps so high like that, I need to find out what cost it. For example, repair and maintenance. It went from 1.8 million to almost 4 million.
Yes, sir. We have a situation where several of our buildings had not been maintained for over 20 years.
Well,
so
that was before the COVID, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was something that we had to do. We had to renovate 2 of our major buildings that year.
So how are you going to get out of this deficit?
We have. We have in some ways, Mr. Chair. The fundamental challenge that we had really was the loan and the cost of the loan that we still have on our necks.
Okay.
But apart from that, we are managing. Yeah.
Have you paid the loan?
No, sir. We are still paying.
Oh, but your bottom line is now a surplus instead of deficit, right?
Yes, this is 2023. We are now in a stable situation.
Okay.
We have had to minimize our investments in our capital assets. So we are not, again, we are back to where we are not renovating or doing some of the things that we would ordinarily have done.
Okay. Yeah. Your current ratio from 1.8 to 1 to 1.0 to 1. Anyway. Let's go to management issues. Staff indebtedness of 2 million Ghana cedis.
Mr. Chair, I'll invite the Secretary of the Institute to take that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The indebtedness has to do with sponsorship that the Institute offered to some of our faculty to pursue PhD programs to come back to support the Institute's operations. Now, even though they signed a bond, some refused to return. And so, together with Council, a decision was made to freeze the entitlement, basically their Provident Fund and Credit Scheme entitlements, and those of their guarantors, and also pursue them to refund the money because the bond required them to do so. We have been able to collect some of the money, and we are pursuing them. We have engaged their various institutions where they are to see if they can compel them to come back. But the feedback has been that this arrangement is a private arrangement with the individuals, so their current employers abroad are unable to send them to us. At the last council meeting, it was decided that we may have to engage IOCO to assist us so that if they were to come home, they could be stopped and for them to pay the money. So that was how that debt came about, and this is how we are recouping the money for the institute. Thank you, sir.
So, does it mean the 5 officers are behaving the same way?
How much is the current money? So they are not behaving the same way. I must say that out of the total number that went out, some returned. It's not as if everyone didn't come back. Some returned, but of course you always have the ones who default. And so we are falling on the terms of the bond to try and recoup the money. Thank you very much, sir.
You are talking about how many now?
Presently, we have 2 who have not paid anything and whom we are pursuing vigorously. We have 2 who have almost finished paying. But the total debt now,
Okay, so Chairman, from the report,
Director of Finance will give an update as of today.
it was 2,075,000 Ghana cedi at the time. But out of this figure, we have collected 276,717 Ghana cedi, 87 pesos, leaving a balance of 1.7 million, 1.798506. That's outstanding from the figure reported.
You indicated that two had almost finished paying.
Yes, so the names that are in here, that's the first name from the report, the first name and the second name, they have made attempt to defray.
Mention those
names. So
names,
the first
please.
person is Akuya Ata Boachwa, and the second person is Christiana Osebonso. They have made some payments.
I'm sorry. We are speaking to the nation over here. Take your time. Efua Ata Boachwa, how much does she owe?
Her outstanding, Mr. Chairman, is 230,000 Ghana cedi. 230 Ghana cedi.
Outstanding is?
Yes, 2.
But here we have the outstanding of 500.
Yes, please. So she has made some payments. And the second person is Christiana Osebonso. She has also made payment. Her outstanding now is 38,000 Ghana cedi, 791, 38,791. That's her outstanding. But the other 3 have not made any payment, so their balance still stands the same.
Mention their names and their outstanding numbers. I mean, and Sherry Abba Apiatse, has she paid anything on the 777,000?
You said the rest 3 haven't made any payment, yet the sponsorship seems to be higher than the outstanding.
No.
Meanwhile, you said they had not made any payment.
No, I said 3.
Yes, 3, the last 3.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if I may come in, please. So we have, the Director of Finance has reported on Efua Atabuachiwa. Her sponsored amount was 864,984.99 pesos, Ghana cedis. As at the time this audit was done, the amount had come down to 557,060 cedis. She has since made further payments. It's down now to 260,000.
Because the reason I'm asking this is she could be sitting in her house eating lunch, and then she will hear about this. And instead of coming to pay the 200 something thousand, she will say, "No, you said I owe 500,000. Mention their names so that the whole country knows."
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Christiana Osebunsu. The total sponsorship was 515,99,059 pesos, Ghana cedis. As at the time of the report, she owed 45,441,37 pesos. As at today, she owes us 38,000 Ghana cedis. And Shelley Abba Apiati. Sponsorship indebtedness 1,021,720. Yes. At the time of the report, the outstanding amount was 777,027.64 Ghana cedis. She hasn't made any payment since then. We are pursuing her.
That is where I am having a slight problem. The sponsorship was 1 million plus.
Yes, sir.
And as at the time of this report, it came down to 777 plus. Why?
So,
minus salary?
Okay, so
salary that was an end?
No, sir.
So what is the situation?
Right. So when they finally indicated that they weren't returning to the institute, they had their provident fund and their credit scheme funds with us. So immediately the institute seized that and got them to sign to credit GIMPA with that. So that's how come the debt has reduced. And she made some payments until we lost contact because she had relocated from her known address and we're trying to pursue her. Okay. Then we have...
The next person.
Yes, Julius Kwashi Azazu. His indebtedness is 696,024.01. The amount as at the time of the report came down to 524,871.39. And this is because we discounted his Provident Fund and credit scheme as part of the obligations to the Institute. We are pursuing him. He's one of the persons who has been difficult in terms of responding to our calls. And we are trying all legal means to get him either to come and serve the bond or to pay us our money. Dr. Hansen Ade, he has also made payments, and presently his indebtedness has reduced from the last time the report was given. So the money is 227,816.32. That's what he owes the Institute. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You are making efforts. So this is a lesson to the university. What do you intend doing henceforth
for
to
us,
avoid this kind of situations?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For us as GIMPA, what we have decided to do is to encourage more local PhD sponsorship. And so you are here, you're going to school, but you still sign the bond. It's easy for you to manage that kind of situation. For those who have to go out because a program is not found locally, we are working out a system where the bond is not just based on your colleagues who work there, but then we may have to rope in external persons, and also you have to make some kind of deposit before you go. But where you get your own sponsorship, the institute is happy to grant you study leave without pay, and then you go and you pursue it, and when you are coming back, If there is need for you, we would welcome you without taking you through the regular recruitment process. Thank you very much, sir.
The issue of guarantor system. What have you done to their guarantors, especially those difficult ones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we speak, all guarantors' entitlements have been frozen until the full obligation to the institute has been discharged.
Auditors, can you confirm that?
Honorable Chair, we may have to liaise with them and get the new updates that they have, because there seem to be some discrepancies between what we have and what they have. So we would have to get the updates and rightly come to the committee with the actual figures. Thank you.
Does it mean some payments were made, you received some payments, and you did not update the auditors?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, people who are helping you recover your money, after taking the money, you dog them. Why?
Chairman, we just handed in some letters that we have given to them by way of follow-ups we have done. And so we'll share with them the outstanding amount.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chairperson, I think that we will do better next time. As soon as updated information gets to the institute, we'll make that available to the auditors.
You see, Honorable Minister, these university lecturers, the universities, they collide, let me use the proper mafia term. They connive. I mean, look, you get somebody from the university to sign somebody's bond. And then when the person doesn't pay, you send the person to Yoko. I think those people are the universities who sign for these people to go out and never come back. If you are made to pay the amount, next time you will make sure that you sign for a credible person. Some of them know that these people will never come back. They sign for them. They know they will never come back. These people, where are they? Dr. Ade, where is he?
UK.
UK.
Yes.
Okay, you can report it to go through our foreign affairs. Report them. When they come there for passport renewal, they won't get it. What about Julius Azazu? Where is he?
He's in the UK.
He's also in the UK, the same person. What about Apiate?
She's in Canada.
She's in Canada. It's very easy. You report them to immigration out there, they will pick her up. What about Sebonso?
She's in Australia.
Australia.
Yes, sir.
And let him stay there down there. Boachua, where is she?
She's in the US.
It's very easy. You report them through foreign affairs to the Ghana embassy. She will never get her passport renewed until she comes to pay. And if she has overstayed her visa, we'll just call ICE. And they'll pick her up. You guys knew that these people wouldn't come back. The universities are costing us a lot of money when it comes to people who so-called are going to get sheepskin and they never come back. Why? And you guys are conniving with them.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, we take note of your advice and will pursue them more aggressively than we have been doing. But we are as concerned as the entire nation about these people going out and not coming. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Because you universities, you do it all the time. You do it all the time. I know somebody from University of Ghana who went to the US, who has gotten his PhD, and is a bartender. And he doesn't want to come back to Ghana.
Honorable Chair, I think the sentiment of the ranking member is generic. I know all of us around the table, we share this sentiment. Having been a member of this committee since 2017, almost every year, this issue comes up. And I think we need to be a lot more stringent on punishing those who decide to take the public resources for a ride. Because it's truly not right. It is not just dishonest, but it is criminal. It is dissipating public resources. The goal is for you to go gain knowledge, and then bring that knowledge back to help the nation in its effort to develop. So when we collect our small tools from those carrying things in the market and the market women, for you to go and you don't come back, you can't expect the ranking member to take this lightly. And as I speak as an academic myself, it is simply not right. Many of us have gone and come. But those who don't come, they give us a bad name. And we must stop that. So let's work together and get a solution to this problem. But I must say that the approach adopted by this institute is commendable among many that I have heard. Though there is still outstanding, but your model is appreciated. But please do more in ensuring that these enemies of the state are brought back, even if in chains. They need to come back.
Minister, those who guaranteed for these lecturers, has the university gone after them? And when you went after them, what happened?
Yeah, Honorable Rankin, she will respond.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have gone after them by freezing their Provident Fund and Credit Scheme entitlement.
They are lecturers, right?
They are lecturers.
And they guaranteed for one of them to go?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay.
So that has happened.
Yes.
That's the first thing we fall on.
Uh-huh.
Once you don't come back, that's the first thing we fall on. And then we fall on your personal entitlements. And then after that, we then pursue you through legal means.
Madam.
Yes, sir.
Somebody owing 500,000. If anybody went to a small mom and pop's shop to go and steal something, 200 Ghana cedis, you will call the police. And those guarantors who haven't paid, I will call the police on them. Because they are dishonest. They knew that person wouldn't come back. As a member of parliament, I also get a scholarship and go when I'm about to retire.
Honorable Chair, we appreciate the sentiments as expressed, and we are united in this effort. Let me take this opportunity to urge other institutions of higher learning to emulate what GIMPA is doing. This is the first time I am hearing that the institution itself is sanctioning colleague lecturers and other staff of the institution who guaranteed by withholding their entitlements. I think the other institutions of higher learning can take a cue from this. It is not a complete solution to the problem, but at least it is a notch higher than the usual narratives that we've been hearing. But let's fight on to ensure that the day comes where every Ghanaian citizen on government scholarship comes back to serve Mother Ghana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. GIMPA, you are discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Say upon.
Mr. Financial Director, please turn off your mic. So, members, on this note, we'd like to bring today's session to an end and thank all those who appeared, who attended upon us. Tomorrow, we are looking at the Ministry of Transport with its agencies. We're also looking at Ministry of Energy and the extra ministerial agency, NADMO, and Ministry of Agric tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Madam Chairperson.
Minister, we are very grateful for attending upon us.
We are
Thank
grateful.
you. And we wish you well.
Thank you. I have some instructions to follow. I'll follow them.
So that was a close of today's session of the Public Accounts Committee sitting of Parliament. Just gone by was the Education Ministry and its agencies answering questions to some infractions in the Auditor General's report. Tomorrow they are scheduled to hear from the Agric Ministry and other government agencies. Thank you for staying with us here on Channel 1 TV. Regular programming continues right here. I am Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Good afternoon.